Hello everyone and welcome to Wednesday's play here at the Online Darts Live League. We are about to solidify who is going to win this group, and in doing so we will have our first competitor in Saturday night's finals, and the other players of course have to position themselves if they can't catch said person to play either tomorrow morning or indeed tomorrow night in the next groups. Our first game of the day will involve Kevin McDine and Robert Owen, so let's get down to the board to get our first glimpse at the 36-year-old from the Toon. That is Kevin McDine against the 36-year-old from Bridgend. Kevin is pretty much out of contention now for the top spot, being 8 points behind Mr. Burness. So if he does lose this match to Robert Owen, he is effectively eliminated 43. Mathematically. But Robert Owen is still in with a chance at third position in the table after 2 days of play.
81.
He's picked up 12 points. And he had a very good day yesterday, did Robert Owen. Picking up 4 wins from 5.
60.
He's currently 4 points behind Kevin Burness, who we will see for the first time in Game 2.
180.
We get an early maximum from Robert Owen, which is a very good sign. Early in his proceedings yesterday against Ryan Hogarth,
40.
He was involved in a match that was quite simply forgettable. He did admit that to me this morning when I had a small chat with him. He said he couldn't
140.
get a consistent grip on his dart yesterday, but that doesn't seem to have been a problem at the start of play today.
45.
Leaving a 2-darter after 9 is a very good early sign for his chances. Double 19 if he wishes. Doesn't have to go for it.
62.
And he will have the option when he returns for going straight to double 19 or indeed splitting it.
45. Robert, you require 38.
Where his darts sit in the board, I wouldn't be surprised if he went straight for it. He can use it as a bumper.
Game shot on the first leg.
Didn't really need it,
Robert
and that's
Owen.
a very, very tidy 14-dart start for Robert Owen. That's going to fill him full of confidence at this early stage. What can he do in leg 2 with his own throw?
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Just to run through the rules, if you are joining us for the very first time on the Online
40.
Darts Live League YouTube channel, or indeed via the streaming services of your favoured bookmaker. 3 days of Group A.
94.
We had Monday and Tuesday, and of course we will have today. The winner of the group, where every win gets you 2 points. 15 matches per player in the group.
24.
They've all had 10. 5 more to go today, but whoever tops the group will play in the finals on Saturday night.
140.
The players who do not progress through this group will then be shifted to another group tomorrow. Positions 2 and 3 in the table at the end of today will play
55.
tomorrow night at 10 p.m. and will be involved in a 5-player group where 3 players will progress come Friday night.
97.
The other 3 will remain in this time slot on Thursday and Friday and do battle in a 6-player group where 2 players can progress through that group also
99.
to get to Saturday night. But
Kevin,
other players will join them,
170.
and we'll touch on that in a second.
65.
Looks like Kevin McDine is mounting an assault on the own throw this time. He was going for a few
60.
different shots yesterday, trying to be
Kevin, you require 105.
quite spontaneous. A little bit more of it here. 2 double tops maybe? That's a great lie.
65.
He'll be disappointed not to hit that one because the first one was gagging for a bedfellow.
40.
Just the one required this
Kevin, you
time for the
require
break back.
40.
Double 10.
26.
That one came out of the cannon, but he hasn't really been hurt by that because Robert Owen is still not on a finish after 18. Kevin's got to be warned now, though. Okay.
180.
That's a little different.
Kevin,
Maximum to leave
require
3,
40.
and that really has got Kevin thinking. That is a classic dead cat 180. I think that's forced Kevin to split this shot to make sure that he uses all 3.
10.
And all 3 cannot be used to negotiate
Robert,
the 14
you
points he
require
had left.
3.
Well, Robert, you left 3. It's up to you to hit 3. Just about gets the single.
No score.
Wasn't really in any danger, that double
Kevin,
one,
you
after
require
that
4.
first start, which really did not inspire any confidence.
No score.
He's going to get another crack at it.
Robert, you require 3.
Still
No
can't be
score.
convincing on the single because this time he's missed it.
Kevin, you require 4.
Stark contrast to leg 1. They're both in
No
the
score.
madhouse. But Kevin returns to double 2, but only if
you
Robert
require 3.
misses this 3 this time.
Game
It's
shot
in.
the second leg.
And it's an
Robert
unbelievable
Owen.
hold of throw in, believe it or not, 29 darts. But it is a 2-0 lead, and this game is very strange sometimes. You've got to run with the luck that you get. He's just had a
It's
big
Kevin
chunk
to
of it.
throw first. Game on.
But I suppose you have to question the maximum hit to leave 3.
137.
It just goes to show that leaving the number after a maximum is no guarantee that it's going to be hit straight away.
180.
That is the 3rd maximum of this match for Robert Owen. So that category makes for good reading.
59.
The rest of the stats have been pretty much obliterated by all of those missed doubles.
120.
Seems to have a really good groove on that treble 20. He's had 5 of them in this leg. Good thinking from McDine there.
65.
Starting on 25 with 305. I like the 15 or the 25 start on 305. And funny enough, the person who taught me that approach
100.
was Kevin McDine. So I'm going to give him full credit for some of the counting skills that I've adopted in my career. He is a very good
140.
darting mathematician.
Robert, you require 98.
For a 3-0 lead. Just set up tops now.
58.
Safely done.
Kevin, you require 100.
McDine has scored much better in this leg. Double 14.
72.
Just having real problems with his
Robert, you
range
require 40.
on the outer ring. Double 10 for Robert Owen.
Game
Very,
shot the
very
third
good.
leg.
And when
Robert Owen.
he's got the opportunity to break Kevin McDine, he is taking it in 14 darts, and he has done twice now. This is doing his chance of getting towards the top of the table a lot of good.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
All players in this group have played each other
100.
twice. I've just totted up all of the head-to-head records for the past couple of days, and this one sits at 1-all.
$99.
When they played yesterday, it was a 4-2 win for Robert Owen with a very, very good performance.
100.
Averaged 93.28, 67% on the outer ring, with a high checkout of 83. It was one of his best performances of the week.
58.
When they played on Monday, it was their first game of the week.
100.
So they know about playing early in the schedule. On that occasion on Monday, it was Kevin's win by 4 legs to 3. Averages in the mid-80s and decent doubling
43.
without being spectacular. And Kevin seems to have settled over the last
97.
leg or two on the scoring, but the doubles really have let him down. He's had 13 shots without any success. Oh, great approach from Owen.
77. Kevin, you
Leaves
require
himself on double
120.
12. If this is not taken, it could be match over.
Game
Oh,
shot
but it
the
is taken.
flag.
Beautifully
Kevin
done.
McDine.
Naturally done as well by Kevin McDine, because at the brink there of a 4-0 defeat, he comes up with a ton plus checkout. It's now 3-1 and anything is possible.
Fifth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
4 legs played. 3 breaks of throw.
84.
Just imagine what Robert Owen's average could have been if he'd given leg 2 a bit more accuracy, and
60.
if he'd taken double 12 right there, because his winning legs have been very good so far. Well, against Kevin's throw, of course. So what he's doing here
190.
is he's trying to go for the perfect game of breaks. Trying to get all 3 of them.
$41.
There's not a great deal of backlift on the throw of Robert Owen. Very similar to Devin Peterson, who doesn't bring the dart towards his face much. It's all about forward thrust.
81.
What that does is it emphasizes Robert's
100.
miss, which is low. It's not exactly a bad miss when he's just a little bit low, because he tries to stack the darts on top of each other.
37.
McDine's making a move here. Robert's got to be careful.
80.
He's a maximum
Kevin, you
away
require
from a
80.
double, if given the opportunity to leave it. Double top again. And
Game
McDine
shot
has
the
a
fifth
sighter
leg.
on tops and takes a
Kevin
15
McDine.
darter to get within 1 leg all of a sudden. Just when you think, sitting on 24, 3-0 up, you think life is good, but that 120 checkered from McDine has changed things.
Sixth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
It just goes to show the pride of players when they're 3-0 down. They're forced with a ton plus checkout to stay in a match. It's that sheer refusal
127.
of being beaten that some players have. I don't want to go out this way. I don't want to start my day with a 4-0. If I'm going to be beaten, I want my opponent to really put in something special.
83.
Missed his first 13 darts at double in this match. And since then, he's hit 2 from 2.
27.
I was having a bit of a chat with Kevin this morning. We were talking about old times.
180.
He told me not to tell any more embarrassing stories about him. I said, none of the stories I've told are embarrassing. They're just about the past. And they're all
59.
in good banter.
Robert, you require 98.
Maybe I can dig another story out of the treasure trove for later on.
58.
He's going to need something sizable here. don't think he's going to leave a finish.
85.
He hasn't. And Robert Owen gets his shot for the match.
Robert, you require 40.
He has been the better player overall. And it's double 10 once again.
20.
And he has missed 3 match darts. He will get at least a 4th and 5th.
Yes.
Just doing his maths there, sensible, because he doesn't want to leave
20.
a bogey number, but he has anyway.
Robert, you require 20.
He was at 6s and 7s there a bit, was Kevin. Double 5, and it's blocked.
15.
It has now been 6 match darts. And he's backed into a corner in very similar fashion
96.
to where he was in leg 2.
Robert, you require 5.
He had to rely on multiple missed shots from Kevin. But it's double 2.
Game
And
shot
match
and
dart
the
number
match.
7 is the
Robert
lucky dart.
Owen.
Well, there's no luck in this sport because you make your own fortune. And he has done himself no harm whatsoever in that first match of the day, because he has now got himself within 2 points of Kevin Burness at the top. You can see that the averages are somewhat Wednesday morning-like, just getting yourself into a bit of a roll. But Robert Owen, at times, was very good indeed, so something to build on. Kevin Burness is now up to the oche against Lee Cox, and if he can win that match, he will then again be 4 points ahead of Robert Owen. Well, what will happen? Stay with us. In similar fashion to Robert Owen, it is Lee Cox who takes the oche now against our league leader in Kevin Burness. And you feel that if Lee Cox does not get a quick move on, the 37-year-old from West Sussex, then his chance of topping the table will be gone after this match. Kevin Burness has been the best player this week. Of that, there has been no doubt.
Okay, first leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Kevin hasn't had the most 180s, but he has had the best individual average in a game. He's had the best running average all the way through the group.
41.
He's the only person to have hit an 11 darter this week.
140.
And he has the most points, so that doesn't lie. That doesn't mean that he's had it all his own way. He got 8 points yesterday and 8 points
60.
the day before. He has suffered a couple of defeats. But he has scrapped really well when he had to do that.
140.
But he has been consistent. And if you look at the way he's performed all the way through this year in the Live League, he has been one of the most
45.
consistent players out of anybody. This is his 98th game of the year here at the Live League.
121.
And when he plays Kevin McDine in game 9 today, that will be the 100th.
55.
So we will
Kevin,
pay homage to the Centurion when that time comes. But Burness is approaching double top with caution.
60.
3 perfectly positioned singles. And is sitting on tops after 12. Currently sitting at the top of the table on 16 points. 2 points ahead of Conor Heneghan. It's that position he is trying to protect. And that's a great start from Kevin Burness. A 13 darter gives him a 1-0 lead. And if he continues to be this consistent throughout the day, I can't see anybody catching him.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw third.
But there is a long way to go.
Game on.
I think he'll be happy that he's playing before
58.
Conor today in his first game. He gets to mount the pressure on the young Irishman. And if he beats Lee Cox, there will be a 4-point gap. And if Hogarth from Scotland can beat Heneghan and get his first win of the week in Game 3, that will be a 4-point gap with only 4 games to go. That will also signify an 8-point gap between Burness and his opponent here.
59.
And you don't see that being bridged over the course of the day because you fancy Burness is going to get at least 2 wins.
100.
Funny things have happened though. Just because you got 8 points on Monday and 8 points on Tuesday does not mean that you're going to get 8 points today. As for Lee, he's sitting on 10 points.
133.
Perfect 50% record. 5 wins and 5 losses. It's been steady from Lee. He's had some moments. And without a doubt, he had the moment of yesterday with 170 out. In taking out Ryan Hogarth 4 legs to 3. Double 16 for Kevin Burness.
Game show on the second leg.
Very tidy.
Kevin Burness.
Started with a 13. He's got a 15 there. Just 107 average around about. And his opponents have got real trouble when Kevin is this confident.
Third leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Yes, more in that 170 yesterday against Ryan Hogarth. Because Lee
81.
was faced with being the first person to lose to Ryan Hogarth this week. Ryan left himself on a double. And he's thinking, I'm finally going to win. Lee said no. Earlier in that match, he hit a 140 check out on double 10. And then he replicated the approach with those 2 treble 20s, then hit the bullseye for the best check out of the week. And it wasn't just accurate play at that visit. It was the fact that he did it for the match. He made it even sweeter. But if this game keeps going the way it has so far,
140.
Lee is going to have to settle for a place in either Group B or C for tomorrow and Friday. And depending on his position,
140.
He will play either tomorrow morning or tomorrow night. Getting the top 3, it will be tomorrow night and Friday night. Bottom 3 of the table, it will be the same time slot for
98.
For Thursday and Friday.
Kevin, you require 161.
This is the best checkout that Kevin Burness has had all year. And he might get it again.
136.
That was very close.
You require 137.
Double top twice. Just pushed it a little bit.
Kevin, you require 25.
Good try from Lee. But this is double 8. And that is double 4 in for a 3-0 lead. Burness looking very good and extremely efficient when he gets to the finishing. Yes, he did miss the bullseye on the 161 and gave Lee the chance at the 137, but he wouldn't give him another chance.
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
If Burness does sew this up by 4 legs to 0, which is looking more likely because of this start and the fact that he has 2 breaks of throw, he will get within 1 leg of Conor Heneghan's leg difference superiority. 41. Heneghan is 2 points behind Kevin, but his leg difference has always been better.
60.
Just more evidence that Burness has been scrapping better than everybody in this phase.
$83.
That's a frustrating last start for Lee. He was thinking 140 to get in touch. And the small treble
60.
does him no favours. He still needs a 140 to get back in touch in this fourth leg. Terrific switching. He will not give up.
$60.
That is an extraordinary 60. How you can get those three so close together without nestling one in the 60, I have no idea. But here comes Lee. Very, very good.
180.
We saw 4 maximums from Robert Owen in the first match of the day. That is the first we've seen in this one.
Lee requires 78.
To take the leg and to keep the match alive. Double 12.
72.
And he gives a chance to Kevin Burness to finish
Kevin,
the job.
You require 100.
60 tops, and it will be all said and done. Not on this occasion.
40. Lee requires 6.
Double 3. Tricky for someone who throws
Game shot on the
from a height to a low
Lee
double.
Cox.
But he made it look fairly easy. And I think right now Lee is just happy that he has not been bageled in his first match of the day. Now he has to build on that.
Fifth leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Shouldn't forget that Robert Owen winning that first match of the day
60.
has put him on 14 points. Just 2 behind Kevin. So it's not just Conor that Kevin has to worry about now.
89.
Robert Owen has won 10 points from a possible 12 in the last couple of days. He's on a bit of a march.
60.
Somewhat fortuitously, our schedule today has Kevin Burness and Conor Heneghan facing each other in their final game of the group.
68.
Will it come down to that game? I'm sure for all you neutrals out there tuning in via the Online Darts YouTube channel,
41.
you will hope so. But don't forget that we have a double session tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning, and then the night sessions on Thursday, Friday, and the finals on Saturday will be live on Sporty Stuff TV in the UK and available live via YouTube around the world as well.
60.
Plenty of talent for you to come in the rest of the week. We'll talk about that a little bit more in the next match, which is between Heneghan and Hogarth.
94.
Kevin gives himself a chance of another 110 checkout. He got one a little bit earlier in the game.
60.
So to repeat the act. He doesn't have to do it on this occasion,
Kevin, you require 110.
but it would be very nice to. Double 18.
92.
One match start missed.
$100.
Just wants to get the job done here. To get
Can
to
you
18
require
points
18?
and a leg difference of plus 15. It's double 4.
10.
And that is 3 match starts missed in this
require
leg.
120.
Can we see this one to keep the match going even further? That's unfortunate.
60.
That was a really well thrown dart for the 60. It just didn't catch enough
Kevin,
of
you
that flight
require 8.
to bounce it into the treble.
Game
Match
shot
start number
of the
5
match.
is successful, and Kevin Burness
Burness
reopens that 4-point gap at the top of the table. He has been the best player this week, and the points don't lie. And in the case of the averages, they don't lie on this occasion either. He wins in pretty much all of the stats there. A very, very commanding performance. He waits a little bit longer to see whether that 4-point gap will remain, because Conor Heneghan comes to the Oki for the very first time in match 3 up against Ryan Hogarth. Match number 3, and it's time for Ryan Hogarth to return to the Oki that has been his nemesis over the last couple of days. Will it be the time for him to get his first win of the week? He's up against second-placed Conor Heneghan. The 29-year-old from Kelso really hasn't had a great time of it over the last 48 hours. But this is a different day and a fresh opportunity, and of course, no pressure for him. Very different for the modern amateur darts qualifier, Conor Heneghan, who has gained a lot of fans over the last
Okay,
couple of
first leg, it's
days
Ryan to throw
with
first.
his accurate play.
Game on.
Conor with an average over the course of the last couple of days of 85.95.
43.
16 maximums. And he is now joined at the top of that 180 charts by Lee Cox.
85.
In fact, Lee Cox getting a single maximum in his last match puts him at the top on 17. But with a game in hand, Heneghan can overtake him.
55.
32% on the doubles is something that he can maybe improve on a little bit.
95.
But with 2 points here to take himself to 16 for the week, he would again be 2 points behind Kevin Burness, who is firmly the favourite at the top
100.
and has put in a 4-point gap between himself and Heneghan and indeed Robert Owen now.
100.
As each game goes on today, more and more people will be eliminated from winning top spot mathematically. We know that Hogarth is out. We know that McDine is out.
99.
Lee Cox on 10 points is all but out.
100.
But Heneghan has a realistic chance, and his last game of today could be extremely important. But between now and then, when he does play Burness, he has got to put
81.
in solid displays
Conor, you require
and grab
121.
all the points he can get. Options from 61. He takes the 11
96.
and went for the ball and just misses.
Ryan, you require 123.
54 for bull.
91.
Leaves himself well positioned
Conor, you
on
require 25.
double 16. First in the day. He hasn't really settled into the double quickly. This time it's very different.
Second leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on. $97.
Indeed, it's easy to look at the head-to-head records between anyone and Ryan Hogarth over the last couple of days because
100.
he has not been able to get a win against anyone. So that means that everybody who plays Ryan has won twice.
98.
That doesn't mean to say that he hasn't had chances. Yesterday he did have opportunities and had his heart broken against Lee Cox.
121.
He was pretty sure he was going to get his first win against him. But Lee popped that 170 in the last leg, when Ryan was sitting on a double for the
98.
match. But as far as the games between these two
59.
over the last couple of days, yesterday's was 4-1 to Conor Heneghan, averaging 83. It was pretty comprehensive with 67% on doubles.
180.
And there is a first maximum of the match for Conor, which puts him equal at the top of the 180 charts again with
91.
Lee Cox on 17.
Conor, you require 28.
Double 14. Oh, that's a bad dart. Leaves him on 17.
12.
And he's on double 8 again, if given the opportunity.
30.
Double 5.
Game
Oh, that's a
on the
great
second
shot from
leg.
Ryan Hogarth. A real
Ryan
confidence
Hogarth.
booster, that one, because we haven't seen much in the way of finishing from him the last couple of days. That really was a positive, aggressive effort, and he thoroughly deserved that.
Third leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Are we going to see a completely different Ryan Hogarth today? I really think it's possible, because if you look at all of the players
140.
in this group, Ryan Hogarth is the one at the bottom of the table who, if you think about it logically, there was
125.
no pressure on him. at all today. He knows he's not going to get through this group. He knows that he's going to be playing in the same time slot tomorrow and on Friday. He's going to be in the bottom 3. So all he has to do today is play with freedom, enjoy it, and try and get something in the way of confidence going into tomorrow.
180.
Maximum number 2 for Heneghan.
$81.
There is pressure on Conor. He had the chance to be 2-0 up.
$81.
That is okay. But that last start 1 just makes things a bit more inviting for Hogarth.
96.
That's a nice approach as well. He was looking to leave the 2-darter, just came up 1 dart short. Now he's taken 130.
59.
What can he do
Ryan, you require
with 138?
138.
Just drifts into the small 1, which has happened a lot over the last couple of days.
Conor, you require 56.
To get his second break of this match. It is double top.
16.
Chance for Hogarth to take the lead.
64.
Another single for that double. Oh, it's just in the corner of double 7.
Conor, you require 40.
He has dodged one there, has Conor.
Game
And he has found the double top.
Conor Heneghan.
The first 2 darts of that visit weren't really close to the tops. They looked a little bit edgy to me, but a clean 3rd dart gives him a break of throw once again, and he is now the favourite for the match at 2-1.
Game on.
Decent standard so far. 89 average for Conor, and an 85 for Hogarth,
60.
which is an improvement considering his weekly average is 73. He's much better than that. But we've seen good and great players go through bad spells. Everybody has them. It's how you come out of them that define you.
95.
It wasn't a good performance by Ryan against Conor on Monday, where Conor won by 4-0. That game did not take long.
100.
And in fact, with all 6 players in this group, they're all fairly quick.
90.
Good chance for Ryan to get his throw back once again. He really is playing better today so far than he has all week. He's had a couple of decent averages, has Ryan Hogarth. But when he's put them in,
58.
his opponent has still beaten him. His best of the week was 87.21.
$100.
In fact, he's the only person not to register an average of over 90 so far. That may tell you a bit of a story as to why he's bottom of the table.
Ryan, you require 80.
But he could be level after 4 legs if he finds 20 in tops.
40.
Chance for Heneghan now.
Conor, you require 98.
Hasn't played his best darts on his own throw, but that's about to change maybe.
60.
That dart was firmly in the way and he tried to power it through.
You require 40.
It was a very tricky shot. Double 10.
Game
Oh, and if there has been one little bright spark this week for Ryan Hogarth, it's that double 10 has been quite dependable when he has left himself on it. So 2-2 and double 10 comes to his aid once again.
To throw first. Game on. 41.
Trust me when I say this as a dart player. When you have broken your opponent twice and it's still only 2-2. That will frustrate
125.
a lot of you. You're just thinking to yourself, I should be winning my throw. I've done my job. I've broke him a couple of times.
60.
Is it going to be the case again? Is it going to be a 5th consecutive break in this match?
134.
And one of the best performances of Ryan's career
100.
came at the Dutch Open a couple of years ago, where he lost out to Richard Veenstra. Sad news to hear that the Dutch Open has been cancelled for
46.
2021 due to the pandemic. One of the biggest tournaments in the world of darts, I'm sure will return.
45.
And we'll get fantastic attendance sometime in the future. But indeed, something else is starting this week, which wasn't on at all last year, and that's the Open
58.
Championship. So the defending champion has been holder of the Claret Jug for 2 years, not just one. And of course, is an event that is usually in Scotland and sometimes in England. But another of those would have left double 12.
98. Ryan, you require
Can Ryan Hogarth find something of this note to hold his throw? That is very close.
58.
Not far off
Conor,
a
you
shot
require
on double 19.
40.
But Heneghan for another break.
Game
Finds
shown
double
the
5,
fifth
and you
leg.
just get a little bit of
Conor
vocalization
Heneghan.
there from Conor. He knows how important this game is to his chances of topping this group, and he's only one leg away. But the problem is, it's his hold of throw now.
6th leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
This has been the problem.
81.
Not holding throw. Look on the bright side, Conor. If you don't hold your throw here, at least Ryan's throwing first next.
100.
Both averages in the mid-80s. Around 83 for Hogarth. 85 for Conor. That's improving.
135.
I guarantee you the only thing on Ryan Hogarth's mind when coming here today
26.
was just win a game. He can't possibly go 3 days without a victory.
45.
If that is the case, going into Thursday, he at least has the chance to wipe the slate clean and start fresh.
180.
Well, that's his first 180 of today's play. That is the third of the match. And Conor Heneghan just can't get rid of Ryan Hogarth.
85.
Dogged stuff from the headhunter. Look at this all of a sudden.
137.
Completely different player today.
Conor, you require 155.
This is for the match. It's double 19. Oh,
170.
that double has been so cruel to him.
Ryan, you require
3
58.
shots at it and no hits to take us all the way.
Game
It's
shown
in.
6th flag.
And it's 3-3.
Ryan Hogarth.
So I did say at a portion of that leg that maybe if Conor Heneghan wasn't going to hold his throw there, the good news is that Ryan is throwing first in leg 7. So will it be 7
from
breaks of
final
throw?
leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on. '81.
There's not really much more you can say about this game. It has been topsy-turvy from the off. 2 match darts.
85.
In fact, it's just the one. 1 match dart at double 19 for Conor. on a 155 checkout opportunity.
137.
And now he has to figure out how to get to another match dart. Just stay there, he says.
100.
Only comes up with a ton. So it is Hogarth who is favourite to win the match from here. Kevin Burness, who is sitting in the practice room right now,
95.
who will not return until match 6, is now hoping that Heneghan is going to stumble against the bottom place player.
60.
And if he does, a 4-point gap will remain for now, because his other challenger, Robert Owen, plays Lee Cox next.
100.
Great darts from Hogarth. Real spirit in this match. And he is going to get match darts now.
140.
Heneghan gets to 116.
Ryan, you require 48.
Just in case. Double 16.
32.
2 match darts missed.
Conor,
So
you require
can
160.
Heneghan steal it? 60 needed. So it's going to be 3 more for Hogarth.
60. Ryan, you require 16.
For his first win of the week. He has got it. You just see what it meant to him right there. That's not only the first win of the week for Ryan Hogarth, but it is a huge blow to Conor Heneghan in his challenge for the top spot. It's a very, very close game on the averages, as you can see. The doubles percentages had a little bit between them, but Hogarth, with that 130 checkout early, I really do believe that that sparked something in him. He's got something going today, and he might be a bit to trifle with. So going into game 4, it's Robert Owen who now tries to get within 2 points of Kevin Burness. Can he do it? Welcome back, and Conor Heneghan could not get within 2 points of Kevin Burness at the top. So now it is up to Wales' Robert Owen in his second match of this group today. He's up against Lee Cox, who suffered defeat against Burness in match 2. What's going to happen here? All of a sudden, the man from Bridgend is the closest challenger you feel after that Heneghan loss to Ryan Hogarth. Lee Cox is pretty much out of the race now and will be mathematically if he loses to Robert Owen here.
Game
as he is 8 points behind Kevin Burness and 16 legs behind him in leg difference.
140.
But Robert is in a very similar situation to that of Richie Burnett. I keep trying to call people Kevin today. There's so many Kevins in this group. Robert is in the very similar situation to Richie Burnett from Champions Week in Phase 2, where on the Friday,
81.
Richie Burnett said, I have to win 5 from 5 on the Friday to get to the finals. And Robert is in the same sort of mindset. If he wins 5 from 5,
100.
he is going to be probably in the top spot. It's not assured, but it'll be very close. Just got to keep winning.
180.
And that department, there has been nothing wrong with that so far today.
140.
Big 180 hitting from Robert Owen so far today. Good treble 20 shot.
Game shot.
Leaves
the first
tops,
leg.
and it's done in
Robert
11.
Owen.
He becomes the second person to get an 11 darter this week because Kevin Burness was the only person up to that point that had got that mark. So Robert Owen starts with an 11.
Second leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on. $77.
Robert seems to have figured out what was going wrong early yesterday. When you get your grip right and your release right, that treble 20 can grow. It seems easy to hit it when you're on form. When you just get one thing that you can depend on in your action, things can snowball in a good way.
$55.
So far today, Robert has hit 5 maximums. Add that to his 14 that he has hit
134.
this week so far. He's now on 19. So he's now 1 ahead of everybody in the 180 charts. That chart list is changing
140.
game on game.
$40.
What is it about people getting a really good start against Lee Cox, though? Because Burness came out of the traps. Robert has done the same.
96.
And he's continuing to do so with some very steady play here. Just waiting for the mistake from Lee, which isn't coming.
83.
Or maybe that's it. Time for Robert to strike here. If he can leave something like 48.
$60.
That's not enough for me.
Lee require
Needed to get under 100.
137. $57.
Straightens it up and leaves 80,
Robert,
which
you
is
require
a
128.
very uncomplicated 2 or 3 darter. But it's 60 bull for the second leg.
79.
You can tell just how much those flights
They
are sitting
require
down
80.
because on the bullseye, he's flicked one. Double 10. 2 5s, 4 leg 2.
75.
The chance is given to Robert Owen.
Robert, you require 49.
This is gilt-edged. Double top.
Game shot.
Very, very good. And when he starts hitting
Robert
double top
Owen.
with that kind of accuracy, you really do have to heed the warning. Don't leave him on that double top. 2-0, and he's not going to look back now.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game
One
on.
thing we do have to address, though, in this table is the leg difference of Robert Owen, which is vastly different to Heneghan and
64.
Burness. If he's going to win this group, he's not only going to have to win all of his games for me, but he's going to have to win at least a couple of
100.
games to 0. He's bolstered his leg difference to +5 with that 4-2 victory over Kevin McDine in match 1.
27.
But he's still 10 legs behind Burness and 11 behind Heneghan. Oh, how he could do with a 4-0 against Lee here. And that would get him to
125.
+9. The schedule really is working for
95.
a climactic group because Kevin Burness's last 2 matches are against Robert Owen and Conor Heneghan in matches 11 and 13 respectively.
45.
This is where you start on 25. He hasn't done so and he can't leave a finish now, but if you get a 25 you still can.
83.
These are the things that you learn when you hang around people who eat, sleep and breathe darts. 25, 60, 60 leaves 170. If you fail to get the
59.
60 on dart 1, you can't leave a finish. Even if you get the bullseye on the 25 effort, you can still leave the finish. So you give yourself outs.
121.
You're thinking 140 here. Or indeed 132. Or 136. He doesn't want to go for the 20 because it's blocked.
132.
And he does the right thing.
Robert, you require 111.
92 remain. Just shy on the 60 shot
99.
to leave himself on double 16 for a 3-0
You
advantage.
require 40.
Lee knows he can't miss this.
Game shot on the
And he
third
doesn't.
bet.
That's a really good
Lee
16-dart
Cox.
break for Lee Cox. He is back into this match. He didn't get the greatest start against Kevin Burness in his first match, but he's got into this one just a tiny bit quicker. Can he use
Fourth
it?
leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
First average of the day for Lee was 75.
100.
Not something that he will be too pleased about. But his best average of the week was 96.
180.
Second maximum in this match for Robert Owen, his 6th of the day.
59.
Just when Lee is starting to think, right, I've pegged back that breaker throw, let's start cooking now. Owen comes up with a maximum and starts turning the screw again.
60.
Little bit of an eyebrow flick before that one.
180.
And that is the first maximum of this match for Lee. Robert's got 20 maximums for the week now. Lee's got 18. He wasn't going to go for a 19th. This is a great leg from Lee Cox. Especially when you consider that Robert started this leg with a maximum.
95. Lee required 32.
It's a real show of confidence. Double 8. Slight step to the left.
Game shot
And
on
that was
fourth leg.
perfectly done.
Lee Cox.
One of his best legs of the week. He has had better than that at one stage. But as far as constructing a win after a really good 180 from his opponent, I'd say that's his best leg of the week.
Fifth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
He has had a 12-darter. But when you look at the circumstances of how Robert started that leg, I would definitely say that
60.
that 14-darter from Lee was his best of the week. He would probably argue differently and say his best leg was the last leg against Ryan Hogarth yesterday
99.
when he registered that big 170 checkout. But I like to look at things just a little bit deeper than that. And of course,
45.
yesterday I was digging deep on the 143 checkout, which a couple of people tweet me about. Some people agreeing with me that going for the treble 14
59.
and treble 13, treble 14 and treble 11, that segment on the left-hand side of the board gives you the best chance of leaving a possible second dart for the checkout. But
60.
some people think it's the wrong way. A couple of my close friends have said, well, if you stay so much on the 60, just go for the 60. I do get that school of thinking.
57.
But my whole angle on this, and indeed Alan Norris's angle, because he's talked about this in the past, it's about having the biggest surface area on the board to keep the chance going.
123.
Lee Cox is making a move. Really making a move. This is bad news
59.
for Rob Owen, because
Lee
if Lee Cox does take the lead
152.
after being 2-0 down, his chances of getting within 2 points of Kevin Burness are starting to wither. He leaves double six again.
140. Robert, you require 154.
This would be a beauty. That's in. That one isn't.
115.
What a chance that
Lee
was
required
eventually.
12.
But Lee Cox, for a second break in this match,
Games
finds
on the
double
fifth
three.
leg.
And
Lee
he's now
Cox.
3-2 up. Now Robert Owen's going to be tested. You thought at 2-0, as did I, that maybe a 4-0 was on the cards the way he was playing. Very different game now.
Sixth flag, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Rob Owen in the background there, just looking to the ceiling as if to
180.
say, go away, Lee. Leave me alone. No such luck.
96.
A fourth maximum in this match. 2 for Rob, 2 for Lee. And he has responded with some excellent play.
140.
Is he starting to take the shackles off? Because the likelihood is Lee Cox is not going to get top
41.
spot in this group. He will be mathematically eliminated if Kevin Burness gets one more win. So he can just
85.
play and see what comes. Try and get in the top 3 so he can play tomorrow and on Thursday night against Chaz Barstow, Mark Dudbridge and Tony O'Shea. Don't say I didn't tease you.
39. Lee require 96.
But this is for a 4-2 win and his performance of the week. $71 left.
38.
He will return for the 58. And I think Robert's been a bit shell-shocked over the last 2 or 3 legs.
100.
With only 3
Lee
games to
require
go,
58.
he's going to be staring at a 4-point gap to the top. Because Lee Cox is on tops and is no longer on a match start.
26.
I didn't expect to see that.
130.
Great approach from Rob Owen.
Lee require 32.
So don't miss double 16 this time, Lee. Rob is lurking. Double 8 is
Game
found.
shot out the match.
His 4th match start
Lee
goes
Cox.
in, and he has dealt a huge blow to Rob Owen and his chances of making the top spot. But that's really, really good news for Kevin Burness. You see Lee Cox with an average of 90.95. I'm just checking Lee's stats for the week. He has had a better average this week of around 96. But as far as a performance is concerned, from 2-0 down, you have to tip your cap to that. So well done, Lee, for getting his first win out of his first 2 matches of today. Conor Heneghan will now take on Kevin McDine in match 5. Conor has simply got to win this match to get within 2 points of Burness. Hello and welcome back to Game 5. The pressure is mounting on Conor Heneghan. He lost his first match of the day against Ryan Hogarth, gifting his first 2 points to him for the week. Now he has to respond by getting 2 himself. There's one relaxed player in this room and one that isn't as relaxed, because Kevin McDine knows his fate already. He remains on 8 points in the table with 4 wins for the week.
Okay, first leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
It looks like Kevin is going to be in the bottom 3. And we'll have to play in the Group C
81.
category over the next couple of days. Coincidentally, Group C will involve Ryan Hogarth,
96.
Kevin McDine, one other person from this group, and the following 3 players: Aaron Monk, George Killington, and Scott
95.
Williams. That, to me, looks fairly feisty.
$60.
But the narrative in this game is very simple. If Conor Heneghan does not get
140.
a win against McDine here, he's in massive trouble. Kevin Burness is taking on Ryan Hogarth in the next match. And if he gets a win there to go to 20 points after a Heneghan defeat, then
58.
all of a sudden, Burness is very, very close to being top of this group before he has to even play his 2 closest rivals.
140. Conor require
For
127.
first blood in this match. And we did have blood on the dartboard yesterday
78.
when Lee Cox
Kevin, you require
cut his hand on a
160.
dart. Just a little bit of a reminder that you have to be really, really careful with steel-tipped darts. They are very sharp.
140. Conor, you require 49.
You have been warned, Conor. Kevin McDine is lurking on double 10.
29.
And he may take the first leg
Kevin,
against
you
the
require
throw.
20.
That one came out really low. Having to reset. It obviously stung a bit in the elbow department, that one. Double 1.
80.
Just overcompensated with the shot at double 1 there, you feel.
Conor, you require 20. Game
Double
shot on
10
the
is
first
found by
leg.
Conor Heneghan, so he
Conor
has
Heneghan.
indeed dodged a little bullet there. So he's got the jump on McDine. He has to be able to use this hold of throw because, let's face it, against Hogarth, he couldn't hold his throw.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
You don't expect to go
Game on.
into your second match of the day having won 3 legs in your first and haven't
90.
held your throw once.
$60.
It's very easy for me to sit here and say what didn't happen right for him in his first game. But one thing that did happen
60.
was his opponent playing better. Heneghan might have had a slightly
58.
better average against Hogarth, but his doubles percentage was down on Hogarth's by 15%, which was the telling stat.
87.
This is one of those head-to-heads this week that is 1-all.
97.
When they played yesterday, it was a 4-3 win for Kevin McDine. The game was going swimmingly
58.
for Conor Heneghan. And then all of a sudden, at the end, McDine takes out 150 with 2 treble 19s,
134.
just like that. and a double 18 on the end. And all of a sudden, the game went to Kevin. So there's 2 points
58.
that maybe Heneghan should have
Money
won,
require
that he let go.
152. $58. Kevin, you require 148.
Could he possibly do it again? Not right here.
59.
Well, Heneghan has
Money
options
required
here.
94.
Possibly double-double now. I don't really know
54.
where that second dart was aimed at,
Kevin, you
whether it was
require
tops
89.
or whether it was 60. It was somewhere in between. Might have been caught in 2 minds. Bullseye for Kevin.
58.
Not happy
Conor,
with
you
that
require
effort
40.
whatsoever. For 2-0. It's double 10.
Game shown
Found
the second
again
leg.
on double 10.
Conor Heneghan.
He is 2-0 up this time, and this is a lead he cannot squander. He simply has to push forward from this position and get the points
Conor to
and
throw
the
first.
legs he needs.
Game on.
He has to do what he did to Kevin on Monday.
100.
He put in his best overall performance against Kevin in match 4 on Monday morning. An average of 95.19,
43.
3 maximums and 67% on his checkouts. That was his best performance overall. And that's where we
100.
started to take notice of Conor. He didn't play well in his first game of the week, only averaging 82. But when he did that to Kevin in match 4, we thought
100.
there's potential here. Not that we didn't think there was potential anyway. We looked at some of his statistics from his qualifying
45.
tournament to get here. And particularly, a couple of his averages were very healthy. In his quarter-final, he
100.
averaged 95 against David Carr. In his semi-final against Darren Armstrong, he averaged 104. So that got our interest piqued.
96.
How much he would like a rebound win after losing to Hogarth.
81.
Just
Conor, you
more proof
require
that
160.
there is nothing existing in this game as a gimme.
100.
Great leave of 60. He's guaranteed a shot at that. He still has the best leg difference in this group.
59.
That might come into
Conor,
play
you require 60.
if there was a mistake from Burness.
Game shot.
Great
the
shot
third leg.
from Conor
Conor
Heneghan, who was
Heneghan.
found double 10 twice. This time, it wasn't needed because the 60 checkout is something that he was a bit of a master at early on Monday. He's doing it again. So it's 3-0.
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
In his first game of the week, he took out 60 just like that twice.
100.
Just imagine if he can get his leg difference to plus 20 with a 4-0 win. He'd only be 2 points
45.
behind. And maybe Ryan Hogarth, with a bit of confidence now, playing Burness next, could do Conor a favour.
140.
Conor simply has to keep Burness within 2 points,
43.
particularly as he is playing against Burness in his final match of the day. If he can stay 2 points behind
123.
going into that game with a leg difference very similar to that of Kevin, it's in his own hands. That is a blistering maximum.
180.
His first
Kevin,
of the
you require
contest.
138.
It's probably in vain.
$58.
But if he can find another one, decides to go downstairs.
95.
I like that play a lot. Trying to get a
Kevin, you
1-3-3
require
to leave
80.
the 2-darter. Double 10.
75. Conor, you require
He will
138.
not be pleased with the effort at double 5. Now he has to find something that Robert Owen had real
58.
trouble with earlier. Getting the
Kevin,
single
you
one
require 5.
to leave the small double. Double 1.
Game shot.
Well, that's
four
one way to
flag.
get it, I suppose.
Kevin McDine.
At points this week, he has been a bit flashy with some of his finishing, but I'm just not sure as to whether that was on purpose or whether it was just a bit of a happy accident. Doesn't matter, he won the leg.
Conor to throw first. Game on.
Now what Conor can't do
44.
is squander this lead anymore. The 22-year-old from County Mayo has got to be very
99.
wary of this. I'm going to say seasoned campaigner. I was going to say a veteran, but he's only 36. Can't say a veteran at 36. That's just not right.
100.
But someone who has been around the block a couple of times. Now resident of Gateshead, just south of the River Tyne. We had a bit of a laugh about that this morning.
80.
He will forever be someone from the north of the Tyne, but he's living in the south now.
40.
Gateshead, of course, which has produced some incredible dart players over the years. Most notably, Davy Richardson. And if you don't know that name, look him up. Very, very good
56.
player. Former winner of the BDO International Open and multiple qualifier for the Lakeside.
41.
I could talk to you about Gateshead dart players for the next 5 or 6 minutes, but I don't want to bore you with that. My knowledge of the Northeast circuit is
41.
pretty good. But one thing I can say is that locally, Kevin will be tested. And he is being tested in more than one way in this match.
125.
His opponent has a big lead. And I get the feeling that Kevin is starting to feel that elbow after 2.5 days of action.
45. Conor require 151.
Well, he's taking care of the one.
81.
There's 80 more. That's decent. A guaranteed shot at 70, which should yield a match dart when he comes back.
60. Conor require 70.
This would be a very big win for Conor. It's double top.
30.
Oh, he clips the wire.
Kevin, you require 120.
It hasn't been a classic game. Both averages are in the mid to high 70s. Can he see that 60? I think he was forced to go for bull there
48.
because he couldn't see the 60.
Conor require 40.
Conor can see tops.
No score.
And he has missed 4 match darts at that segment.
Kevin, you require 72.
Another 16 for double top.
Game
And he
shot on
finds
fifth
it.
flag.
He breaks Conor's
Kevin
heart.
McDine.
And he now has to go all the way back to 501. Just when you think this match is over, it may just be beginning with that 72 checkout from McDine. It's now 3-2.
Sixth flag, it's Kevin to throw first.
The averages are almost identical.
Game on.
Allow me to say that when you are slightly hurt, this game is very, very difficult to play it. More and more dart players these days
85.
are seeing chiropractors and physical therapists because the stance of a dart player is not natural. It's very weighted on one side.
60.
And when you constantly are in that position, it can lead to little injuries. We've seen it from the likes of Jelle Claesson, Kim Huybrecht, Mark Dudbridge, Jamie Hughes.
140.
They've all had surgeries. If you are a budding dart player for the future, make sure you stay supple, get good core strength,
95.
and seek medical treatment as and when needed. I myself have had so much in the way of physical therapy over the last few years, you wouldn't believe it.
180.
I think if Conor Heneghan was to lose this match from here, he might need a shrink.
100.
He still could, of course,
Conor, you require 96.
but you would fancy he's going to win it from here.
38.
He's going to go back to tops when he returns. He's already missed 4 darts at that segment for the match. He's going to get a 5th and a 6th match dart as McDine still tries to approach and pressurise.
45. Conor, you require 58.
It is tops, eventually.
38.
And if this one goes, Conor's going to be under huge pressure in leg 7.
135.
Great first dart.
85.
Good try. He might go back to the bull here.
94. Conor, you require 20.
Double 10 has been good to him earlier in this match.
No
And now
score.
it is 8 match darts
Kevin,
missed.
you require 41.
I'm starting to run out of fingers to count them. Double 16.
9.
And he's going to get more. I've got 2 fingers left, Conor.
You require 20.
Can you make this count?
10.
It's now 11.
Kevin, you require 32. Game shot.
It's in for 3-3.
Kevin
And
McDine.
Conor Heneghan's head is going to be shaking right now. He's missed 11 match darts. He had a huge advantage that has been extinguished. And we're now going into a 7th leg where maybe
Final
Kevin
leg,
McDine
Conor
is the
to break
favourite.
Game up.
Well, if my memory serves me right,
125.
I think the most match darts that have been missed by someone in a live league match is 14 by Jamie Lewis.
56.
That's just going off the top of my head. I'll check my statistics right here for that. But I'm pretty sure that that is the case.
180.
If in doubt, bash that 60 and give yourself another chance. Back comes McDine.
140. 58.
That leaves 255. Boy, was that intelligent.
135.
You might want to clip that one and leave that on YouTube. That is how you approach from 305. That was superbly intelligent from McDine.
98. Kevin, you require 100.
That's what makes him a very good darting mathematician. And if he hits this, well, he gave it a go, didn't he?
84. Conor, you require
And he's not out of this
40.
match yet, because Conor has been having trouble here. Double 10.
No
And
score.
that is 14 missed match darts.
Kevin, you require 86.
Is McDine about to steal this game? $82 more. He might be finding it hard to believe that he's still in this match.
62. Conor, you require 40.
I can't believe I'm still racking up these shots. It's still tops for the match. Double 10. 17
35.
missed match darts. I don't think I've ever seen a match where
Kevin,
there's
you
been so many
require
missed for it.
24.
And Kevin is on double 12. And
No
he's
score.
missed 3 for the match. Well, well, well. I don't think Kevin McDine thought
Conor,
that he
you
was going to
require
get 1
5.
match dart, never mind 3. Double 2. Match dart number 18 is
Conor
found,
Heneghan.
and by hook or by crook has never been used more applicably than right there. It wasn't a classic. It was a 7-leg drub, really. As you can see, the average is around the 74 mark. But imagine that. Imagine missing 17 match darts and getting it on match dart number 18. He's found 2 points, and he is now within 2 points of the next player, which is Kevin Burness. And if he wins this other game against Ryan Hogarth, he will re-establish that 4-point gap. Time for match number 6, and now we turn our attention to Kevin Burness once again. And at the conclusion of match number 6, it will be, of course, two matches completed for all players. But so far today, it's all smiles for Ryan Hogarth and for Burness. They've both won their opening match. And whoever wins this one will be at the top of the daily table as well. Because we currently have 5 players on 2 points. And
Okay,
only
first
Kevin
against
McDine
Kevin
on
to throw
0.
first. Game on.
I think if I was in the shoes of Conor Heneghan right now,
56.
I would go and have a very, very short lie down. After getting away with that win there against McDine.
140.
But the situation is as follows. Burness at the top of the Group A table on 18 points.
100.
Closely followed by Heneghan on 16. Robert Owen on 14. And Lee Cox on 12. But we only have 3 matches left for Heneghan, for Owen and for Cox.
85.
If Burness finds another win, his 3rd of the week against Hogarth,
140.
he will have a 4-point gap and time is running out for the challengers. But what we do have today is a different Hogarth. It's almost like his twin has arrived.
180.
The guy who can play darts. I don't mean that nastily, because the last couple of days he has not played well. Today he's playing
65.
very differently. Don't ask me why.
Ryan,
I
you
have
require
no
26.
clue. Well, maybe the other guys turned up for this visit, because that was for the 60, believe it or not. Well,
72.
he did get himself on double 12
Kevin, you require 100.
from 96, which is a bit unconventional.
60.
Still double 12.
Ryan, you require 24.
For an early break of throw here. Nice guide.
Game shot on the
Beautifully
first leg.
used.
Ryan Hogarth.
That dart at double 12 was going to miss that double 12 if that dart was not put there beforehand. Just goes to show that you can use the darts already in the board as a bumper, as a guide, as a
Second leg,
help.
It's
It's
Ryan
1-0
to throw
Hogarth.
first. Game on.
Just to give you an insight into that last match,
30.
Heneghan's doubles percentage in the end was 15%. He hit 4 doubles from 26.
59.
Before that last batch of missed darts for the game, if you take away the 17 that he missed for the match,
60.
he's actually 4 from 9. It was a good doubles performance, apart from when he was on a match dart.
140.
Somewhat puzzling game. I did mention in the previous match that
58.
McDine and Hogarth are now confirmed participants of Group C, with Aaron Monk, George Killington and Scott Williams.
83.
There will be one more player from today's crop who will go to Group C. 2 of them will go to Group B, and 1 will progress to the finals. Of course, it is Burness who is favourite to progress at this
78.
stage. That could change if Hogarth wins this match, because Owen and Heneghan will all of a sudden
40.
smell an opportunity. But Group B, which is a 5-player group for Thursday and Friday night, live on Sporty Stuff TV here in the UK and on YouTube worldwide,
39.
will feature 2 debutants in Mark Dudbridge and Tony O'Shea. Chaz Barstow will make his return to the Live League as well.
139.
But if Tony O'Shea coming to the Live League doesn't get you excited, I don't know what will.
$100.
Tops for Burness.
Kevin, you require
This is to
40.
break straight back.
Game shot
And
the
he does
second
so
leg.
brilliantly with a
Kevin
17
Burness.
darter. Now, if you are looking at Kevin Burness today and saying it's going to be easy for him to get through this group, think again. He's going to have to work very, very hard if he wants to have a couple of days
Third
off
leg,
before
it's
the finals.
Kevin to throw first. Game on.
One thing you may notice about Kevin today is that he has a little bit of a mark under his
96.
left eye. I assure you, he has not been in a fight. He had a little bit of a slip yesterday when tying his shoelace, and apparently he burnt his face on the carpet
180.
in his hotel. We've all had little accidents like that in the past. He assures me that
125.
it's a little sore, but it's not going to stop him playing darts.
$99.
Hogarth has had 2 maximums in this match now, and is starting to play a lot more like
40.
he can. Before this day began, Ryan Hogarth only had 3 maximums in total.
140.
He's already got 3 today. That in itself tells you a story. There's a maximum from Burness.
180. Ryan, you require 82.
That could change this leg. But then again, it might not.
Game shot
Oh
on the
boy,
third
that
leg.
is really good from
Ryan
Hogarth. A 180 in that leg and an 82 out with bull double 16. His best leg of the week, and he equals the best leg of anybody this week with an 11 darter.
Fourth leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
I want to know what has happened between yesterday and today for
140.
Hogarth. His darts do look like they're going in a little bit straighter.
95.
The pressure has been taken off his shoulders because he knows he's not going to get through the group. Is it one of those two things, or is it both?
60.
He does look a bit more relaxed today. Just imagine if Hogarth does have a very good day and he wins the majority of his matches. He could win the daily table after not winning a match the entire week.
131.
I have to tip my cap to him because he is proving that he's a very good dart player. And he's got 6 darts from 170 for a 3-1 lead.
170.
This is great news for Conor Heneghan.
$98.
The destiny of this group is still, though, in the hands of Burness, even if he loses to Hogarth.
95.
It will be 3 matches to go
Ryan, you require
with
72.
a 2-point gap. He'll just be a bit tighter than he thought. Double top for 3-1.
52.
Can Burness peg
Then
him
you
back
require 130.
with a bullseye out here? Oh, it's a double 5 effort.
125.
Some try.
Ryan, you require 20.
Trying to mimic what Ryan Hogarth did a little bit earlier with a 130 out on double 5.
Game shot.
But the double 10 is taken and Hogarth has now got a bit of confidence. That first win today where he just yelped a little bit at the end. Maybe now we're seeing the real Ryan Hogarth.
5th leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. $60.
And welcome to our viewers who are looking through their favourite bookmakers website. Welcome to our coverage for the day.
140.
I'm sure there are plenty of you from outside of the United Kingdom watching on. We've had some viewers from the United States, all around Europe
100.
and Australasia. If you are choosing to have a little bit of a flutter on any of the games today, please do so responsibly. Remember, it's for over 18s
60.
only. And go to begambleaware.org in the UK for more information.
$59.
I think the form book in this one would have had Burness as a heavy favourite. So far, this one is an upset.
131.
He's left 170 once again after a 1-3-1 approach.
100.
And he's
Ryan,
got
you
6 darts
require
from it again.
170.
Turning out to be his best performance of the week.
134.
Indeed, he had a week best performance in his first match, averaging 86.36.
41.
That was his best
Ryan,
winning
you
average
require
anyway.
36.
This is going to be better. The angle is very, very tricky, but not impossible. And it's a 4-1 victory for Ryan Hogarth with a 15-darter at the end. A really, really good performance from him. And he is at the top of the table today. Can you believe that? 94.76, as you can see. Steady on the checkouts of 14%. The 82 checkout in particular was a real highlight with bull double 16. But Kevin Burness has been given a lot to think about. Well, 2 matches completed for all players. Now we go into the 3rd matches with Game 7, and it's Robert Owen against Conor Heneghan, who can now equalise the points total of Kevin Burness if he beats Owen. Things are getting very, very interesting in this Group A table now. And you can't take your eye off it, because when you do, things are changing for the chasing pack. They've been given a favour by Ryan Hogarth, who has won his first 2 matches of the day. But Heneghan did himself a favour in eventually beating Kevin McDine in Game 5.
Game on.
I say eventually. It's not every day you miss 17 match darts and still get more.
81.
This game has taken on a great deal of significance after that defeat for Kevin Burness against Ryan Hogarth. Just to paint a picture for you, Burness is at the top of this table on 18. Heneghan on 16. Owen on 14.
60.
So there are 2 different scenarios here. Heneghan wins. He goes level on points with Burness.
100.
Robert Owen wins. And he goes level with Heneghan. 2 points behind Burness at the top. But this is how urgent this game is for Robert. If he loses, and he is 4 points adrift of Burness and Heneghan, he only has 2 matches left. So he can only get to 18 points, which is bad news considering Heneghan and Burness have to play each other.
100.
He will not be able to get through this group if he doesn't win this and his following 2 matches. Everything is a must
60.
now for Robert. And he has to play it like every game's a final.
60. $100.
Nice leave after 15. What kind of company is he going to have in the finishing zone?
83.
Well, Heneghan should be closer.
Requires 60.
That last dart was a small miss on the 60, but it was costly. That is a very lucky single.
40.
The double is missed, and Heneghan
Conor requires 101.
is on a 3-darter instead of a 2-darter. 2 double tops. Overzealous on that effort, and on that one, I really can't stand when people do that. I'll explain that in a second, because most importantly, Robert Owen has found the first leg. But when people go for tops to leave tops and still miss the board, it really gets my back up.
Second leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
The whole premise of going for 2 double tops is because you think you're only going to get 1 chance for the leg. And you want the most possible surface area to go for on the dartboard to win the leg. There is no guarantee,
80.
of course, that you will be back. But the most important thing you can do, in Conor's situation, he's got 2 double tops. He's missed the first one high.
100.
The next shot has got to be either at the treble 16 or the treble 20. Now, for me, it should be the treble 20 to set up either 60 or indeed double 10.
100.
If you continue to miss tops and leave yourself on 80 instead of 60, that is a tactical catastrophe. And I am pretty confident that everybody tuning in today will agree with me.
60.
On the flip side, maybe Conor just thought, I'm not going to come back, so I'm going to go for tops anyway. That's a somewhat maverick style, which we like to watch now and again. I'm not going to lie. Or as they say in Wales, in Robert's part of the world, I won't lie to you.
85.
I am a massive fan of South Wales. It's one of my favourite places in the entire world. And yes, it's got something to do with
47.
the scenery down there in the valleys, but it's about the people. I have very close friends from places like Bridgend, where Robert is from.
100.
Indeed, my darts
Money
manufacturing
require
sponsor, Winmore, are
170.
located in Bridgend. And I've got friends from Swansea,
43.
Llanelli, Cardiff,
Robert, you
Newport,
require
all
76.
down that coast, and a little bit further on in Pontyberem, home of the great Johnny Clayton.
Game
That is
shot
a
on the second
76 the
leg.
hard way from Robert Owen.
Owen.
Beg my pardon, I was rabbiting on there, and I wasn't paying attention to Robert Owen and his brilliance on the bullseye. He's 2-0 up now, and he's dragging himself back into this race.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
The more you talk about South Wales, the more infectious it gets.
60.
Great culture of darts down the years. And of course, the current world number 1 is from South Wales as well.
100.
Is Heneghan starting to tire? He lost to Hogarth in his first match. He only just
66.
won against McDine. Is he about to have company on 16 points?
45.
Just bear in mind that Burness will take on McDine in his next match, in match 9.
140.
And he will have more information as to what the chasing pack are doing when he plays Kevin McDine. But it
80.
seems to me like Robert Owen is in a better spot right now. Just
90.
how costly is that loss to Lee Cox going to be from match 4? He did not play poorly. He averaged just shy of 89. But Lee Cox had one of his best matches of the
Robert,
week,
you require 145.
averaging 91.
57.
Doesn't get a treble.
Conor, you require 136.
And Heneghan is trying to drag himself into this match with something brilliant.
58.
He can't get a treble.
Robert, you require 88.
Advantage Owen. Double 14.
Game shot.
Oh, he says get into us.
Robert Owen.
Watching from the commentary box and around the world. He's 3-0 up now. He's trying to improve his leg difference as well as his points. We'll get onto that leg difference in just a second.
Fourth leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
I mentioned in his last match against
81.
Lee Cox that his points were pretty simple to figure out, but his leg difference is a problem.
96.
Now, in every likelihood, Robert Owen and his leg difference are not going to make the top spot purely because of the leg difference.
140.
That will only change with big victories. He's currently at +3. Burness
46.
is at +12. Heneghan is at +17.
96.
First and foremost, he has to get to the same points as Burness. He doesn't have to worry about Hennigan's leg
60.
difference. If he can bridge the 9-leg gap to Burness and the points, it's very doable.
100.
He just has a really big problem if Heneghan starts to win. Doesn't leave a finish,
84.
which is a real shame because he started on 19's first with 299. Should have really gone upstairs after the 57.
44. $62.
Doesn't like that, and Heneghan
You
is on
require
tops.
40.
Hasn't had a great deal of pleasure on tops today.
Game
But
shot.
this time is a very, very
Conor
different
Heneghan.
story. He gets himself a nice tidy hold in leg 4, but that is the first of 4 that he requires if he's going to somehow get out of this game with another 2 points.
Fifth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
One of the good things about my job as
140.
commentator here is that we have an opportunity to analyse different positions. We've talked about 143, the checkout, a little bit into yesterday and earlier this morning.
100.
That has sparked a debate on social media. Let's talk about 299. Robert left 299.
140.
And you have to start on 19s. You have to take that 9 off the end. But if you get the 57, you leave 242. You do still
81.
require another big treble to get to a finish. You just have to plot your way towards the finish from 299. And just understand that your last dart must be a dart that gives you a finish. Robert was not in that position. In his 299 position in the last leg. And this is the elite level of counting that everybody needs to have if they are going to be a top
45.
professional these days. Matches are sometimes won and lost by 1 dart.
$78.
Robert's got position here.
$105.
This is the poker equivalent
Robert,
of having
you're
position on Conor Heneghan
136.
and almost knowing what he possesses in his hole cards.
96.
And Robert is looking
Conor,
to
you require
raise
170.
his 3 to 4, which would give him 16 points. And a 4-1 scoreline
58.
would give him a
Robert,
6-leg
you require
swing
40.
in the leg difference, which is very big. Double 10.
Game
Very,
shot
very
of the
good win for
match.
Robert Owen.
Robert
I'm
Owen.
just about to do my calculations for that leg swing. We will talk about that in the next match. But in relation to the match we've just seen, Robert Owen has the best average. He has the best checkout percentage. And I just get the feeling that Conor was just a little shell-shocked from all of those missed match darts against Kevin McDine. He did get that win, but he didn't get the win against Robert just now. As far as the next match is concerned, Hogarth, who has not been defeated today, now takes on Lee Cox after he had a good win in his last match. Lee Cox was very, very effective in his last match, and he will now be tested again, maybe to an extent that he wasn't expecting against Ryan Hogarth. So here we go with the next match. So far today, Hogarth has registered averages, winning averages, of 86.3 and 94.7. If he improves in the same sort of vein from match 1 to match 2 to match 3, then we could have his first 3-figure average of the week right here.
Okay, first leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
In fact, we have only had one 3-figure average this week, coming from Kevin Burness of 100.57.
180.
This is the middle match of the day, match 8. And it's usually the point in the day where we may get the best darts. Lee Cox has hit
100.
his fair share of 180s this week. When he's been on, he's been very, very, very good.
99.
Lee hasn't lost to Ryan. But then again, we'd said that about Ryan's previous 2 opponents as well. So things are
45.
changing in that respect. Lee Cox started the day with 16 maximums, which was equal top before things began this morning at 9:30. He had 1 maximum against Burness in a 4-1 loss. And then he got another 2 against Robert Owen in a 4-2 victory.
45.
So he's on 19 for the week.
64.
Actually, make that 20. I forgot about the one in this match.
100.
It's not a bad return. 21 80s for 2.5 days. He's not quite at his halfway point yet. But what he has done in this first leg is boss the scoring phase of it. 88. Oh, that's a fortunate bouncer. What happened there? I think that one's got Ryan puzzled as well.
48.
I think maybe he pushed that dart a little bit and it just snagged on the flight or the stem ring. Whatever happened, it was a very fortunate bounce out.
68.
Because coming back to the board
Lee
here,
16.
he's coming back for a double and not 64 again.
Game shot on the first leg.
A little bit of
Lee Cox.
fortune used up there by Lee Cox. I would love to see that one in slow motion to see what happened to it. But it doesn't really matter because Lee Cox is 1-0 up against a very dangerous player today in Ryan Hogarth.
Second leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
We have to have a look at the scenario for Lee now. Currently on 12 points.
45.
A leg difference of +1. With 3 matches remaining, the best he can do is 18 points. But it's not going to be enough to win the group.
99.
I'm saying that somewhat
45.
speculatively because Kevin Burness will be back against Kevin McDine in the next match. And if he wins against Kevin, if he wins against Robert Owen,
140.
or against Conor Heneghan in match number 13, then Lee will be eliminated. But he has a lesser leg
60.
difference as well. And you would just fancy that someone is going to get to 20 points. And that's a point that Lee can't get to.
92.
As far as these two are concerned
100.
over the last couple of days,
Lee
this
require
number for Lee
170.
holds good memories because he hit it in leg 7 yesterday to deny Ryan Hogarth his
96.
first victory. It was pretty easy going for Lee
74.
when it came to Monday's game where he won 4-0. And so far, the game is going in Monday's way.
Game shot on the
It's a
second leg.
beautiful 14 darter
Lee
from
Cox.
Lee Cox, looking to mimic what he did on Monday by winning 4-0. Well, he's halfway to that point. But one thing we've learned about today is that people who get a hot start don't necessarily get it done easily.
It's Lee to throw first. Game on.
This is the point in a game where you have that beautiful start.
100.
You have to keep putting your foot down. Do not play defensive darts from here.
$123.
Keep pressing. Keep aggressive on the finishes. Keep bashing that 60. Keep doing what you were doing in the first two legs.
46.
A lot of you might be wondering what is on the arm of Ryan Hogarth. Well, that is commonly known as a sleeve, which a lot of players are starting to use these days just to make the muscles a bit more rigid in the lower arm. It's also very good if you have a little bit of a strain in your lower arm or your elbow.
180.
Maximum number 2 of the match for Lee. I myself have used one of these sleeves on occasion.
140.
I think they're very good. It also ensures that you don't get any sweat on your arm in a hot arena. If you haven't tried one, I would suggest
90.
getting yourself one and giving it a go. It might transform your game.
142.
You don't necessarily have to wear a full body under layer. You just need the right sleeve sometimes, which has been used very well by Anastasia Dobromislova, Mikuru Suzuki and some others. Lee Cox is looking for 83 more. 32 left.
Game show.
That is nothing left, and Hogarth is absolutely distraught at the back of the room. He thought, I'm going to get within one of you here now, Lee. No, he's not, because it's 3-0 to Lee Cox.
Fourth leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Supreme doubling here from Lee. He's only had one bad dart in this match. And even when he threw that bad dart, it bounced out in a lucky sense. He has not given Hogarth one shot at double in this match. When he's playing like this, he is fabulous to watch. And it is no surprise to learn that he is a former London captain when he's playing at this level. If indeed he's not going to somehow sneak this table today on leg difference.
115.
Because it is still mathematically possible, but incredibly unlikely. Then he will be, for me, a very, very big
60.
danger over the next couple of days, no matter which group he's in. I have to applaud him as well. Not one hair out of place the last couple of days.
60.
I like to see a dart player well groomed. I don't think anybody epitomised that
81.
more than Kevin Painter last week, who, of all the professionals I've ever played against, he is the one who's had the shiniest shoes, the most perfect trouser length.
180.
He's always took pride in how he performs and how he looks. And I see a bit of Kevin Painter in Lee Cox. He takes real pride
60.
in his performance and the way he portrays himself.
46.
And as far as this performance is concerned, this is the best he has played ever in the live league.
Game
Absolutely sensational from Lee Cox. The performance of the week. Well done. That's all you can say about that one. It is a 3-figure average, and you can put some more on that as well. It is. Not those. That's not what we're looking at, because it was around 103-ish. I haven't got the exact average there, but it was very, very good. I'll give you the exact average. Right now, it was 101.9 in the end with 67% on his doubles. Really, really good indeed. And it was the best performance of the week so far. Kevin McDine will now play against Kevin Burness in the Kevin Derby. Big match coming up. Don't miss this one. It's time for the Kevin Derby for the third time this week. It does take on some significance for Kevin Burness. Not so much for Kevin McDine because he knows he's going to be in the bottom three. But if a 4-point gap can be established by Kevin Burness, his comfort at the top will be much more comfortable. There you see a tightly packed top four. All because the chasing pack today have done excellent work. Conor Heneghan has had opportunities aplenty to get on level terms with Burness. But if he can,
Kevin to throw first.
in this third match of his day, get to 20 points, he will know that if he can win one of his last two matches, he will win the group.
24.
So let's boil that down just a bit more. Win 2 of your last 3 and you're safe.
174.
Some start. Some start indeed. We've seen
58.
some great stuff. And some unexpected stuff today. The Lee Cox average of 101.9 just now in a 4-0 win over Ryan Hogarth was great. The first two wins of Ryan Hogarth's week. That was unexpected.
100.
And we definitely didn't expect what we got from Kevin's last match, Kevin McDine's that is, where he missed 3 match darts
85.
after his opponent had missed 17. So Kevin lost that match by 4 legs to 3 eventually.
58.
But he should have lost it 4-0. He should have lost it 4-1. Should have lost it 4-2. Should have lost it 4-3 and did. Could have won it 4-3 himself.
57.
One of the strangest matches I think I've ever witnessed. Burness has got to be a boss here.
57.
He's played McDine at the
64.
same period every day this week. Around the middle of the schedule. It's tops.
Game shot
Very
the first
tidy
leg.
indeed for
Kevin
a 15-dart break of throw in leg 1. And he needs to keep this going the way that Lee Cox kept his going in the last match. Kevin Burness's points are the best. That's the most important thing right now. The leg difference doesn't really come into it yet.
Game on.
As it stands, his leg difference is second best to Heneghan at plus 12. The only way the leg difference comes into play is if he keeps losing.
121.
It has been a somewhat up and down day so far for Kevin.
58.
It looks as if it's fairly comfortable against Lee Cox in match 1, averaging around 15 better than Lee in a 4-1 victory.
100.
But then, after that, Hogarth turned up and averaged 95 or just under against him for a
58.
4-1 win for the Scot. So that's scuppered Kevin's chances of equaling the best points total in a Group A with Martin Thomas and Mike Warburton on 26. He can't get to that point now, but he can get to 24. Oh, that's a beautiful 177. A lot of people would have gone for the bullseye with the last dart, but not the aggressive Iron Man, who apparently is called Iron Man because of where he lives in
92.
North Wales.
Kevin, you require 68.
It's a bit of an iron town. Bit of a metal town.
52.
And the metal in Burness might give
Kevin, you
him
require 88.
his second leg if McDine can't find the 2 snowmen. Bullseye?
Yes. 63.
Narrowly missed.
Kevin,
you can't
you
envisage
16.
Burness missing this.
Game shot
And he
on the
doesn't miss
second
it.
leg.
17 darts
Kevin
it is.
Burness.
A very steady 94 average in this match so far for Burness. And he's dreaming of a 4-0 victory. I said at this point in the last match that things weren't going smoothly from 2-0 up.
Third leg,
But Lee
it's
Cox
Kevin
changed
McDine
that.
to throw first. Game on.
Kevin
44.
McDine knows that he's going to be playing tomorrow morning and on Friday morning with Aaron Monk, with Hogarth, with George Killington and Scott Williams.
55.
Another thing in our table that needs addressing is that currently Lee Cox is in 4th position but is within striking distance of 3rd.
121.
So he could vault himself into a top 3 position in the next match against Conor Heneghan.
140.
Lee Cox is playing not only to somewhat stay in the race for the top spot, but he needs a McDine victory here.
60.
Anything in the shape of a win for Burness, and that eliminates Lee Cox from winning this table.
100.
So then Lee Cox would be playing for a top 3 spot to get into Group B, which is conceivably a little bit easier to get out of when there's 3 spots up for grabs out of 5 players on Thursday and Friday night.
138. Kevin, you require 136.
16's first on this. He's done it this week already. Single 20 will leave tops.
96.
And therein
Kevin,
lies
you require
one of the
68.
reasons why he goes 16's first. But double 4.
Game
And
shot on the
Burness is
third
3-0
leg.
up with a 14 darter.
Burness.
And he's starting to play at the level that Lee Cox was at in the previous match, averaging around 101. One more leg like that, and it could be a 4-0 for him.
4th leg, it's Kevin Burness to throw first. Game on. $85.
Just a very, very good game from a very good player who has impressed me this year. And at this juncture, we have to say
56.
congratulations to Mr. Burness, because he is playing his 100th live league match of the year.
81.
So I don't have a cricket bat, but I do have a pen. So I'm going to raise it to the pavilion and say congratulations, Kevin. You've got your 100 up.
96.
How many games do you think he's won out of 100? Well, if he wins this one,
96.
he will have won 69. As far as win percentages are concerned, I think that is very, very good.
140.
He had a running average before today's play over the 97 matches he'd played already of
133.
90.48. So to average in the 90 region over that many matches says to me that he may be ready to go back to the Pro Tour. He just needs to get a chance.
136. Kevin, you require 100.
This is a chance to win this match in his 100th match of the year. Double 16. And he finishes his 100th match of the year with a 4-0 victory over Kevin McDine, which eliminates Lee Cox from the race. And we haven't got the exact right table up there, but what we will tell you is that he's very, very close to getting through this group as the winner. He just requires one more win from his final 2, and that will be enough. As far as the challengers are concerned, 2 of them are about to play each other. Lee Cox and Conor Heneghan will follow next. Welcome back, and we are now about to go into our 10th match of the day. Conor Heneghan is now at the point of no return. He led the table after Monday, but now he has to win his last two to stand any chance. There you see the table, and Heneghan and Owen are 4 points behind Burness, who finally gets the opportunity to open up that gap, and he has done so very late in the campaign. Lee Cox is now too far adrift, so he cannot get to number one. And that is the only spot that progresses through this group to the finals on Saturday.
Game on.
So simply put, if Lee Cox wins this game, he will go potentially into the top three. But most importantly, Conor Heneghan will be eliminated from the possibility of winning this group. At many points this week, we thought that maybe the mad qualifier, Heneghan, could win the group. But it's not looking likely all of a sudden. What he's going to need to do is win against Lee Cox here and beat Kevin Burness, possibly by a certain margin in his last match. And he's going to need Robert Owen to beat Kevin Burness in the next match.
60.
And then Ryan Hogarth has to beat Robert Owen in the last match of the day. So it's not just one thing that needs to go right, it's actually three.
100.
He started pretty buoyantly here.
95.
Oh, Lee, what have you done?
I
think he's realised what he's just done. It may not matter. And it didn't matter because Conor Heneghan finds a 15-darter. And all of a sudden, all of the players that get the good start seem to be able to maintain it. Lee started this trend. Everybody's just following him.
Second leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
That 4-0 win over Hogarth in match number 8 sealed 3 straight victories over Ryan for the week. He is the only person to have beaten Ryan Hogarth 3 straight times this week so far. Somewhat vengeful for the fact that he has lost to Kevin Burness 3 times.
81.
It's Conor who was hoping to get 3 victories against Lee.
43.
It was these two that started proceedings on Monday. It was a fairly edgy affair as Conor won with an 82
60.
average. Yesterday when they played in match 15, it was slightly better. A 92 average
50.
for Conor in a 4-1 victory. Couple of maximums in there and a high check out of 80. Lee only got 2 shots at a double
60
in that match. In fact, he only got 1 shot at a double, and he did take it out. It was 2 maximums that he hit. And he is over the 20 mark for maximums this week,
58.
which is a fine, fine effort.
$95.
After the improvement we've seen in Ryan Hogarth today, everybody has now had at least 1 winning leg
100.
of 12 or better.
Lee require 105.
We're not going to get anything of that ilk in this leg, but we might get an 18-darter.
73.
And we might get one from Conor as well.
110.
It's the old Whitlock route. Double top again.
90.
He does have the look of a bit of a baby Whitlock, doesn't he, Heneghan? We'll talk about that in a second. Well, the flight's not in the way because it's on the floor.
16.
But maybe the darts were.
Conor, you require 20.
And Heneghan for double 10.
Game shot
Finds that for 2-0. That is now a break of throw to back up the hold he had in leg 1. And he is looking to do exactly the same as Lee did a couple of games ago. And, of course, Burness in the last game. 2-0 usually means 4-0.
Third leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
Okay, so rewind the clock. 20, 29, 30
60.
years. Maybe a little bit more. And Simon Whitlock might have looked fairly similar to Conor Heneghan.
60.
Let's face it, if Conor continues to grow this beard, it might be the size of Whitlock's beard in about 30 years.
100.
He's got a fair way to go with the hair. And for anybody who thinks that's a derogatory comparison,
99.
it's not meant that way. It's meant in a very good way. I think any comparison to Simon Whitlock, the Australian captain, is a good one.
140.
I've had some good pairs partners in my career. The two best, absolutely, Gordon Dobie, Chris Dobie's father.
100.
Astonishing player from Northumberland. The darting capital of Northumberland, Bedlington. And the best pairs partner I've ever had, Simon Whitlock.
58.
Incidentally, if anybody is interested, the third best pairs partner I've ever had was a guy called Pee Wee Bottrell. Yes, Pee Wee Bottrell. That's what we called him.
60.
His real name is Phil Bottrell.
Conor, you require
He's from
143.
Broken Hill, New South Wales. I played for Australia with Pee Wee. What a fantastic guy.
93.
And a great dart player. All around the world, I can hear people
56.
saying Pee Wee in
Conor,
Australia
you require
right
50.
now. But they might be thinking 3-0 for Conor Heneghan. Double 8.
34.
Not yet.
Lee, you require 126.
.57 is found,
101.
but the bullseye is not.
Conor, you
And
require
the dream
16.
of another bagel is still alive for Conor. That one's a bit overzealous. Double 4.
Game shot.
Great
the
shot
third
from
leg.
Conor.
Conor Heneghan.
And he now has a 3-0 lead. What is happening on this dartboard all of a sudden? All we're getting is something nil. Is it going to be 4-0 for the third time in a row? Let's find out in leg 4.
Lee to throw first. Game on.
Just to put something to bed before my friend Tim in Australia texts me in about 10 seconds' time.
140.
Yes, I enjoyed playing pairs with you, Tim. But I couldn't put you in the top 3. But you are in the top 5.
60.
I've got friends from all over the planet texting me during this coverage, asking me questions.
140.
None closer than my friend Tim Gatwood back in Melbourne. He lives in the east suburbs of the beautiful county, or not county, state
93.
of Victoria. Very talented dart player, great poker player. And dart players usually do make good poker players because they have to hide their emotions now and again.
54.
Well, Conor's going to have to hide the fact that he's disappointed to be on 3-4-8.
44. Lee, you require 167.
This should be Lee's leg. Especially now. He's left himself on 36. Great response. The strange thing is, there's nothing in the averages.
82. Lee,
Lee's had 5 shots at a double and hasn't hit one yet. Still double 9.
18.
Therein lies the problem. Scoring, fine. Doubles, not so good.
58. Lee require 18.
Has to get rid of this. Can't give his opponent a match dart. Rule number 1.
Game shot.
That's what he does. That's a really
Lee
good 17
Cox.
darter from Lee Cox. He now just has to defend his position. And I know I say there's no defence in darts, but the only way to defend is to be aggressive. So attack, Lee. Attack.
Fifth leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on. $84.
Well, here at the Online Darts Live League, we understand that a lot of people from around the world have experienced hardship and difficulty
40.
over the last 18 months or so. Everybody has had their challenges. Everybody over in the west coast of the United States and Canada who have
140.
been through an incredible heat wave and, of course, the COVID pandemic. Big pandemic problems all over the world, especially Australasia, New Zealand and
93.
other parts of Asia. We sincerely hope we've been able to bring you a level of entertainment to take your mind off things if you are stuck at home.
180.
As we see our first maximum of the match right there from Conor. The Live League, which was very popular in 2020
134.
during the
Conor,
big
you require
lockdowns here in the
97.
UK. The second iteration of the Live League this year has gone up a notch. We are
57.
bringing more talents to you all the time and discovering new ones like Conor Heneghan, who is keeping himself in the race for the top spot very, very
75.
well here.
Conor, you require 40.
To get the first of 2 wins he needs,
Game shot
he
and
gets
the
tops
match.
for a 13
Conor
darter and
Heneghan.
finishes this match off a lot quicker than one of his previous ones from earlier on, where he missed 17 match darts. But overall, he was the best player in that match. Lee Cox is now fighting for his life to get in that top 3. He's going to need to win his last game and get some help. But Conor Heneghan is still in with a chance. That is 2/3 of our action completed for today. But Kevin Burness is now about to take on Robert Owen. And if he beats Robert Owen, he will have won this group. We are into the final 5 matches of Group A for this week. It's going to be very, very interesting, but it could all be over in this match here with Kevin Burness against Robert Owen. These guys have been honing their skills down in the room for a couple of minutes. But as you can see, the number 1 spot, which belongs to Kevin Burness right now, will be solidified with one more win right here. Or indeed, one more win against Conor Heneghan in match 13. So he has 2 chances to win this group.
Okay, first leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
From the off today, though, Robert Owen has known one thing.
41.
He has to win most of his matches. He has had one slip-up against Lee Cox where he lost 4 legs to 2. But if he slips up one more time,
43.
he knows for sure that he is going to be playing tomorrow and on Friday.
60.
If he does slip up here and Burness wins the Group A table right here, he'll have to scrap in his last match against Ryan Hogarth
100.
to make sure he's playing in Group B instead of Group C, because he does have Lee Cox on his tail. He's just slipped up against Conor Heneghan.
123.
And make no mistake, what Conor Heneghan needs right now is a Robert Owen win.
140.
It's not about Owen getting on the same points as Heneghan, which would be 2 points behind Burness. It's about Heneghan still having the chance of beating Burness in a couple of games' time to try and make this really tight and probably
41.
go down to leg difference. That's how tight this could become if Burness does not win this match.
59.
It could come down to the amount of legs they've won. You can just feel a little bit of the tension in this room.
41.
It started a little slowly.
60.
Things are getting better.
95.
That's not bad.
Robert, you require 136.
I would much rather have hit a single 20 there. That is a single 20.
96.
It stops Robert Owen getting a shot at double
Kevin, you
8
require
for the 136. 15 remain. Double 6.
Game
And just
shot
when he
of
needs a
first
friend,
leg.
he gets one.
Kevin Burness.
He tends to leave double 6 instead of leaving double 4 in spots like that. And when you keep hitting the double 6 like he has just done, it's a good plan.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Whatever happens from here, as we see another maximum from Robert Owen. Whatever happens from here,
84.
Robert Owen has put up a fantastic fight. He did not have the best day on Monday. He only racked up 4 points. But it was much better yesterday,
60.
grabbing 8. The peculiar thing right now that really has grabbed my attention about today's play
58.
is that Kevin McDine has not won one game. He's lost all 3. But as for everybody else, all the others have won 2.
60.
So everybody is on 4 points in the daily table, apart from Kevin McDine. So if this was just a one-day group,
99.
it would be all up in the air. Kevin has been in this match just exercising his right
60.
arm a little bit. Just trying to stay loose. Might be just feeling a little bit of the pressure as he knows he's only one
60.
win away from winning the group.
Robert, you require 141.
He has won groups before, so it shouldn't be a new sensation.
105.
Nice leave from Robert after 15. He will return for that 36. I don't think we're going to get another
60.
big win here because the last three have been 4-0,
Robert, you require
4-0 and
36.
4-1. I think this one's going to be a bit tighter.
Game shot on the
That
second
gives
leg.
us a level game
Robert Owen.
after 2. There was a little bit of an extended right arm there from Robert Owen, just making sure that he was getting the full plumage, as I've heard from another commentator in the
Third leg, it's
past.
Kevin to
But
throw
it is
third.
number 3 leg coming up.
Game on.
I'm trying to think of another word for that. The Darius Labanauskas full extension.
98.
Sounds a bit rude, that, doesn't it? The paused follow through. That's what we could say.
140.
It does give those darts a really good hike through the air. Just watch Robert Owen when he throws
85.
his first couple of darts here. Look at his right arm and how it extends through. That is a real snap of that elbow. It's an almost hyperextension of the right arm.
140.
That is taking your right elbow to the limit.
128.
This is a great leg from both players. It just keeps getting better for Robert.
100.
And he will have a shot at that 1-2-1.
100. Robert, you require 160.
60-11 bull. Easier said than done. Or the 51.
57.
Too hard in the end, but
Kevin, you
Burness
require 90.
has been taking shots like this all year long. Bullseye.
65.
Not quite.
Robert, you require 64.
Another single 16 and he finds it. The angle on this double 16 is awkward.
32.
The flight was in the way.
You require 25.
And Burness gets a chance to rediscover the lead at 2-1.
21.
What a chance missed.
Robert, you require 32.
Double 16. Slightly better guide this time,
No score.
but not good enough.
Kevin, you require
4 darts to break Kevin's throw, and he's not able to find double 16 with any shot.
game shot on the
But
third
Kevin
leg.
Burness does find double
Kevin
2,
Burness.
and he may go to the back of the playing arena there, just with a little bit of an exhale, as if to say, I'm very fortunate to have won that third leg.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on. $66.
Heard a lot of people talking about 66 over the last week or so. Not so much over the last couple of days.
140.
And if there's one thing to be learned from the weekend at the European Championship final between England and Italy, as darts
83.
fans, that is, if you do have a ticket for the World Match Play coming up this weekend, or indeed next week, behave
98.
responsibly, enjoy it, and make sure that everybody is safe. Don't act like some of those yobbos did on Sunday,
83.
which brought a lot of shame on the United Kingdom, and in particular England.
133.
We are proud of our sport in darts. We are proud of the fans that we have. Make yourself proud. And cheer for your players. Give respect
99.
to them all.
Kevin, you require
And have a good time.
130.
It's pretty simple. Bullseye. Beautiful 60 shot from Burness.
105.
For the second time in 2 legs, he misses the bull.
Robert, you require 170.
Could we get our second 170 of the week? Still on. Not anymore.
140.
And the last time
Kevin,
that
you
Kevin
require
missed the ball,
25.
he couldn't convert the 25. And he doesn't
21.
do it this time either.
Robert, you
But in
require
leg 3,
30.
he was given the opportunity at double 2.
Game shot
This
the full
time
flag.
he is not given that
Robert
opportunity.
Owen.
So once bitten, twice shy maybe for Robert Owen. It is level after 4 legs. I think we're going to a very, very tight ending to this game. Possibly
Fifth leg,
3
it's
legs to
Kevin
come.
to throw first. Game on. $100.
Just talking about the World Match Play coming up this week. I will be going up to Blackpool
81.
to cover the event for the radio.
$100.
And in my place over the next 3 days here, you will have the pleasure of Chris Murphy's company. If you aren't aware of Chris Murphy,
134.
he's someone who has handled the European Tour for the PDC and indeed plays championships for many seasons.
58.
Has a great deal of experience, knows a lot about the game, and is involved in different facets of the game as well when it comes to mental health.
60.
Great to have Chris with us, and he will walk you through Groups B and C, and of course the finals on Saturday night on Sporty Stuff TV, live here in the UK.
71.
Who's going to be there on Saturday night? Who's going to get their ticket after this session today? Only one can win this group. Only one player
95.
can have 2 days off.
Kevin, you require 72.
What do you want to have a go at? Tops or double 16? There's your answer. Double 16 it is.
56.
He's had plenty of
Robert, you
chances in
require
this match.
131.
It's been a fairly arduous affair as he goes for 2 double tops and just misses out
91.
on the 1-3-1.
Kevin, you require 16.
Been a fair few misses on double 8 and double 4 in this match.
No score.
Well, I have no idea what happened there. That dot
Robert, you
must have slipped
require
out of Kevin's
40.
hand.
Game shot on the
And it
fifth
was
leg.
a costly
Robert
dart
Owen.
as Robert Owen takes the 5th leg and leads 3 legs to 2 now. Could that dart that slipped out of his hand possibly cost him this match? We're about to find out.
Sixth flag, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Well, my first idea about why that dart missed was it
41.
maybe collided with the previous dart. But then we saw the dart in the middle of the board, so it must have slipped out of his hand.
100.
On the bright side for Kevin Burness, what he's doing at the very least is keeping this match tight. Because he does have a 10-leg buffer
97.
in leg difference over Robert Owen. But that doesn't really matter to him. That's me just picking nits. The most important thing for Burness is just to get 2 more
60.
points. If he doesn't, he's going to be overtaken.
78.
And it will come down to leg difference. And just looking
100.
at the fact that Conor Heneghan has only got 1 match left. I'm pretty sure that Robert Owen, even with a win here and the
140.
next win, is not going to get to Heneghan's mark of plus 17. In fact, the best he can do now,
60.
if he wins this
Kevin,
match
you
by
require
4-2 and the
86.
final game 4-0, the best he can do is plus 12. Bullseye.
68.
Oh, he's gone for the wrong thing.
Robert, you require
Oh, it's a catalogue of things
140.
going wrong. But all is not lost. Because he does have double 9, but he's going to have to wrestle with his mental state right now.
60.
And put right a mistake.
Kevin, you require 18.
The worst thing was, he actually hit it. And he has hit that. Well played to Kevin Burness, because that was a really, really tricky spot there. He thought he'd won that 6th leg. And then after the head shaking and the correction, of course, from our referee, he has won the 6th leg. And he could win the group in this leg.
To throw first. Game on.
That showed a lot of mental toughness.
58.
Neither player has had a match dart. But if Kevin gets one in this leg, it will be a group winning
100.
dart. And it will not matter what Robert Owen or Conor Heneghan do in the coming games. It will be done and
96.
dusted. Robert Owen actually is eliminated now.
100.
Even if he wins this game, and he wins 4-0, he can only get to plus 11.
58.
The worst that Heneghan can do, of course, is plus 13.
55.
Just
99.
recalculating that. I didn't take into consideration that Owen might win this match 4-3.
$100.
Let's just see how the chips fall. Because you can feel the tension in the room right now. You can see it on Kevin's face.
40.
Advantage
Robert,
Owen
you require
against the throw.
146.
This is to get to 18 points.
58.
We saw 150 taken out
Kevin, you require
in the last leg of a match
150.
yesterday by Kevin McDine.
$90.
Great last start. Superb
Robert, you
pressure put on
require
this
88.
88 of Owen. 73 remain. He's not going to get a
48.
dart for the match at this visit. And Burness has a chance
Kevin, you
to win
require
it.
60.
This is to win the group. And to do it with one match to spare. He wants to do it now. He does not want to have to do it against Conor Heneghan. It's tops.
40.
And he hasn't been able to do it.
Robert, you require 40.
To get to 18 points and plus 7. Kevin's already putting his mask on.
20.
He's got to take it off now. Both have missed multiple match darts. And Iron Man needs to take a sip of water.
Kevin, you require 20.
He wants this so much. Double 5. It's there, and he has won the group. He stumbles over the line, but ultimately he is the best player in Group A, and there's nothing that anybody can do about it. It was an edgy affair. All you have to do is look at the stats to prove that. But the fact of the matter is, those averages don't really mean anything, because Kevin Burness at 22 points and possibly 24 with one match to go has won Group A. We'll see him on Saturday night. Robert Owen is fighting for his place in the top 3 going forward. Ryan Hogarth and Kevin McDine are at the foot of the table, but they will now do battle in a best-of-7 match. I think the biggest thing about this game coming up is whether Kevin McDine can get his first 2 points of the day. We know that everybody else has had at least 2 wins. So can Kevin McDine get one? You can see from the table there, for Group A, it is now confirmed that Burness is going to Saturday's finals and he will have Thursday and Friday off. Conor Heneghan is assured of a place in the top 3. He will play tomorrow night
Game on.
and on Friday night with Chaz Barstow, Mark Dudbridge and Tony O'Shea. For someone with the experience levels of Conor Heneghan,
30.
that's going to be a fairly enjoyable group. He's going to be going up against Tony O'Shea, one of the most vibrant entertainers the darts world has ever seen, and of course major champion Mark Dudbridge, and someone who has played fabulously well this year in Chaz Barstow. But these two are assured of playing in the AM tomorrow and on Friday. Kevin and Ryan,
180.
after that first maximum of the match from Kevin, will play against Aaron Monk, George Killington and Scott Williams. But before they do so, they will play this match and one other to go through all of our 45 matches for Group A.
97.
Kevin does not want
65.
that elbow of his to start flaring up at this point. But he does want to get a first win of the day.
$44. Ryan, you require 170.
He's had one of these hit against him by Lee Cox. He can't reciprocate in that manner.
60. Kevin, you require 136.
Kevin's hit one of these this week. He needs another. I'll try and work this one out. 88 left. That's 81 left.
74.
That might do.
Ryan, you require 110.
If Ryan doesn't hit this 110, which he's not going to now, Kevin should get one dart at least from 62
13.
to win this first leg against the throw.
Kevin, you require 62.
Another one of those. Leaves the 32,
Game
which he
shot the first
takes
leg.
with no trouble
Kevin
whatsoever.
McDine.
There's a little bit of head shaking going on with Kevin. I think it's something to do with the discomfort in his arm. He might be very glad to get that first win. It might give him a boost of adrenaline, which takes
Second
some of the
leg,
pain
it's
away.
Kevin to throw first. Game on. $44.
You can tell that his arm is in some discomfort because of the somewhat stunted follow-through on some of the darts. He's quite cautious about fully extending that elbow.
100.
Just this morning, we learned that Marcus Rashford, the England footballer,
59.
needs surgery on his shoulder for a problem that has persisted since November. Just more proof that sports, men and women, do play hurt for extended periods of time.
28.
Sometimes it's to do with pride. They think it's manageable. But there are times where you need to take time off and
100.
reassess injuries and indeed confidence. That's what I chose to do in 2021.
100.
Didn't go to Q school because I knew that for a period of a couple of decades I've put certain operations off. It was time for me to get fixed.
99.
You have to make those sacrifices for the greater good. You only get one life and one career.
60.
Quite cleverly, Kevin McDine is showing all of his discomfort behind Ryan Hogarth. So he's not seeing any of the little
59.
arm exercises that Kevin is doing. That's quite astute. It's what I like to call not showing weakness.
74.
Might
Kevin,
go
you require
18s here if he's feeling a bit
140.
frisky. .68 left.
77.
Oh, that one was a bit lazy.
Ryan, you require 139.
This is one of the most tricky finishes on the dartboard. It's now impossible. And after a very buoyant start today,
99.
Ryan Hogarth has reverted to type from the last
Kevin,
couple of
you require
days,
63.
averaging only 70 in this match. Kevin has beaten Ryan twice over the last couple of days, which accounts for half of his points. Well, the thinking there was 25 for double 19 to get 2 darts at double.
59.
He does get 1, but misses it.
Ryan, you require 40.
Tops for Hogarth. Double 10, his favourite double of this week.
Change on the second
And it is
leg.
once again.
Ryan Hogarth.
Well, if Ryan Hogarth wants to get more wins, it's very, very simple. Just score a little bit more competently and leave yourself double 10. Because the majority of the time, he's hitting it.
Third leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Over the first couple of days, Ryan averaged 73.6,
60.
which is not going to cut it in this company. That's why he's bottom of the table on 4 points. But those 4 points have come today via an 86 average against Conor Heneghan in a 4-3 win. And then he followed that up with a 4-1 win against the group winner in Kevin Burness, averaging just shy of 95. But since then, he's gone back down to a lower level, averaging only 72 in a 4-0 loss to Lee Cox. And around 70 here in the early stages of this match. I think we're seeing why these two players are at the foot of the table. And it will be an uphill climb for them tomorrow when they wipe their slate clean and go into a 2-day group, which will have 10 matches per player.
81.
And, of course, the top 2 players from Group C on Thursday and Friday morning will progress to the finals with Kevin Burness and 3 players from Group B.
140.
He really is struggling with that elbow, but you have to commend the pride and the heart of McDine, who was pressing on
100.
through the pain. It may be something as small as, I don't want Ryan to catch me in the table.
44.
I want to just maintain my 5th spot I don't want to be the wooden spoon. If I was in his shoes, that's exactly what I'd be thinking.
140.
Just beat him right now, and I know for a fact
Kevin,
he won't catch me.
127.
This is a match play shot. 127 in game. Famously called by Paul Hinks in a Michael Van Gerwen match a few
55.
years ago.
Ryan, you require 90.
I'm sure Paul Hinks has not been reminded about that much. Bullseye for Ryan Hogarth.
65.
Not to be.
Kevin, you require 72.
Another single. Leaves tops.
52.
You can see that the miss from Kevin is
Ryan,
low
you
now.
require 25.
He's starting to lose force in his arm. And that makes things a bit tricky. 7 left.
Game shot.
Finds double 2
leg.
and steals that leg
Ryan
away from
Hogarth.
Kevin McDine, who really is starting to struggle with his throwing arm. But as he presses on and keeps missing chances, it is Hogarth who is going to be the headhunter in this one. That is why he's called a headhunter.
It's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
It's probably one of the more sinister nicknames in darts.
140.
Supermac, of course, for Kevin. More to do with just being super, and of course his surname starts with MC.
27.
But of course, Newcastle United, his football team, used to have someone called Supermac. Malcolm McDonald played for Newcastle in, it was around 45 years ago.
58.
I'm not going to bring up Scottish football. I don't really know who
78.
Ryan supports. That's the thing when you're around a lot of darts friends. Don't talk about religion, politics, or Scottish football. It just gets too messy.
93.
Better leg from Kevin. Who has had a fair
42.
bit of adversity in his career. He's on the comeback trail, but if there's something wrong with his right arm, that will have to be addressed at some point.
40.
He has been an alternate for the PDC Tour this year, going to things like the Super Series in Germany back in April, and indeed
100.
at Milton Keynes last month.
Kevin, you require 170.
But he was forced to withdraw from the Super Series in Coventry last week due to injury.
90.
And he hasn't practiced coming into this, just to give it the full rest period before he played here at the Online Darts Live League.
74.
He's in position to
Kevin, you
take
require 80.
leg number 4. He's just going to line up a double
48.
at the lower part of the board. I get the feeling that maybe Kevin doesn't want to throw to the higher portion of the board too much because that might hurt his arm a bit more. Hence that decision to leave 32.
100.
Might just be a little
Kevin,
bit
you
easier.
require 32.
Got to go over the top from the left-hand side for me. It's a tricky dart for him because it's not natural and it's getting worse. Now he's forced to go to the right-hand side.
No score.
Just can't find the angle.
Ryan, you require
That needed to be
80.
a Shane Warne leg spinner to get into the double 16. Was that the time to go tops, tops? It's the time for the bull.
55.
Oh, good try.
Kevin,
As
you
for
require
tops, tops in that
32.
spot, not really sure.
Game
Double
shot on the
16 is
fourth
good
leg.
and it's 2-2.
Kevin McDine.
It's always the case, isn't it? When you've got a little injury, a little pain somewhere in your body, the games always seem to go the distance. And I think that this one is going to be 4-3, either way.
Fifth leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
The next game we have is a battle of the top 2.
39.
Heneghan will finish his Group A campaign, as will Kevin Burness. Safe in the knowledge that they know where they're playing tomorrow.
81.
Heneghan will play tomorrow night. Burness will not play at all. And of course, McDine still has to play against
78.
Lee Cox in match 14 to try and get his first win against Lee Cox for the week. It's the exact opposite against Ryan here. He has defeated him twice.
59.
Final match of the day will be Hogarth against Robert Owen, who may have to win either a certain amount of legs or win the match against Hogarth to get top 3 to solidify his spot in tomorrow night instead of tomorrow during the day. We will cross that bridge when we come to
41.
One of the encouraging things today for Ryan Hogarth, and indeed for me watching on, is seeing him not changing darts constantly. Yesterday, he had a couple of matches where he changed in the middle of the game.
59.
Today, he is stuck with the same setup, and he has played better.
85.
Look back at some of the games that we've had over the last couple of days,
60.
and there have been some good performances,
Ryan,
but
you
there
require
have been some
132.
fairly arduous affairs. When these two met yesterday, it was very much like this. But this is a bullseye for a 1-3-2.
Game shot on the fifth
best
leg.
shot he has hit
Ryan Hogarth.
all week long. And pretty much in the words of Stuart Pike, where did that come from? That came out of the clear blue sky. It was a magical shot. Well done, Ryan.
Sixth flag, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Biggest check out of the week for him up to that point was 130, which he hit earlier today. That was against Conor Heneghan
85.
with 2 treble 20s and a double 5. And trust me when I say this, a 1-3-2 makes you smile whether you're world number 1 or whether you're struggling in the live league.
43.
It's one of those shots that really brings a smile to your face. It is, of course, the same shot that Michael van Gerwen hit for his first Premier League win against Phil Taylor.
60.
And that is why MVG calls it his favourite finish.
$96.
If indeed Ryan Hogarth does get a third win of the day, he will join Kevin Burness on 6 points for the day and will confine
56.
McDine to a 4th straight defeat. Much better.
180.
That's his first maximum of this match. Kevin's already got one. Might have another. That was somewhat lobbed, that last dart. It does get him to a finish. He's been very cautious with his arm.
94.
Great approach from Ryan to
Kevin,
leave
you require
88
160.
for the match if this isn't found.
$39. Ryan, you require 88.
To be within 2 points of Kevin McDine in the table. He needs the bullseye again.
50.
Instead, he's left himself on double 19.
Kevin, you require 121.
This one is not out of the question. It is now. And Ryan Hogarth has got to
57.
make a choice.
Ryan, you require 38.
Straight for it then. Just to the right of that. But a little bit lower.
22.
And McDine will fancy this chance because it's low and to the left. He spent
Kevin,
a
you
lot of time
require
down here
64.
in this match. And that leaves 43. Tops.
44.
You can see one of the reasons why he should have left double 16 because the top dart just isn't being delivered with any punch.
Game
Double 8 is found by Ryan Hogarth, and he's found his third win of the day. Kevin McDine has failed to register a win to this point, but he still has one more chance a little bit later on. There we see the averages. Not particularly good in that match, but maybe the adrenaline is starting to leave the bodies of these players as they do know that Kevin Burness has won the group already and he will progress to the finals. He has one more match left, as does every player, and Burness will finish his campaign right now against Conor Heneghan. We are about to commence all of the final matches for every player in this group. Match number 15 for Kevin Burness and for Conor Heneghan will be first. So best of 7, gents, to finish your campaign. There you see the table. Only a couple of things really to finish off now. Who will win the daily table? And of course, where will Robert Owen and Lee Cox finish up? But this one is to see whether Kevin Burness can finish the week on 24 points or whether Heneghan will stop on 20.
94.
The good thing about this game is that there isn't any pressure on it. Things are fairly even between the two of them.
100.
You can take away the fact that Kevin has won the group. They've won one match against each other each this week.
81.
Kevin has been the slightly better player, and I think experience has taken him to that point.
100.
But you're already seeing this match at a lovely fast pace. And that tends to happen
92.
when people know exactly what they're doing the next day. Conor will have a lie-in tomorrow, and he will play in a nighttime group for the very first time. It will be a very different proposition with different opponents.
81.
And of course, 3 places up for grabs in that group. So it's very doable.
100. Kevin, you require 153.
What is also doable is a 105.
93. Conor, you require 105.
I'll be fascinated to see where he goes here. Traditional. A lot of people like the bullseye these days, or
89.
treble 19, to give themselves an option on
Kevin,
the
you
double they
require
prefer.
60.
We know that Kevin Burness is really good at 60 checkouts. He's taken it loads this week.
50.
But don't be surprised if Kevin's a
Conor
little bit
requires
flat
16.
in this game. Double 4.
Game shot.
Very
the
good
first leg.
take from Conor
Conor
Heneghan, who
Heneghan.
gets an early break of throw here. He could fancy just getting to 20 points, just to say to everybody else who's chasing, I was the second best player in this week, and I'm going to prove it.
Second leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
If you think back to when he played in his
140.
qualifier through Modern Amateur Darts, beating the likes of Colm Quigley, Andy Olker, David Carr, Darren Armstrong, and ultimately
124.
Dylan Slevin, to make it to this point, he will have said to himself, I wonder who I'm going to be put up against.
100.
It's the experience right now that Modern Amateur Darts players are craving when playing here at the Live League. We've seen it
140.
with Richard Rowlands. We've seen it with Robert Rickwood. We'll see it with other players in the future. But he will have gained a lot of
105.
experience through this group. And he's about to get even more. Because if you'd have said to him at the start of the week that he would have challenged this guy for the top spot, he would have said, yep, okay. He was challenging the 156 for a second there.
Kevin, you require 57.
What a leg from Burness.
Game shot on the
That is a
second
brilliant leg. Equals the best leg of the week so far. He was the one who had the 11 darter up until the middle part of yesterday. We have had a couple more since then, but there's another one for 1-1.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Just to go a little bit further about the MAD qualifier, if you'd have
57.
said to Conor Heneghan at the start of the week, you're going to challenge Burness, you're going to get through to Thursday night,
180.
hit a bucket load of 180s, which he has, and get the chance to play against Mark Dudbridge, Chaz Barstow, and Tony
41.
O'Shea, especially, a legend in our sport, on Thursday and Friday night, he would have said, yeah, all right, I'll take that.
140.
5 perfect darts in this leg as well. I was holding my breath for just a second there, in the hope that a second
60.
player was going to hit a 9 darter here. Because we have had 2 9 darters, but they've both been from the same player.
134.
I'm sure we will see more of James Richardson in the future.
100.
And maybe he will give us a
We
third
require
9 darter.
47.
But we could have a second consecutive. Well, we're not going to get a second consecutive 11 darter now because he's missed a single. How about a 12? Yeah, we'll have the
Game
12
shot on the third
instead.
leg.
Not
Conor
too
Heneghan.
shabby, Conor. Not too shabby. Well, it is 2-1 to him, and he has responded brilliantly to losing that second leg. So what's going to happen in leg 4?
Fourth leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
It's a break fest. It's a bit like that game from earlier
59.
where he was playing Ryan Hogarth and there were 6 breaks of throw in 7 legs.
93.
Well, they're halfway there. There's been 3 in this match.
$60. 94.
I've had a tweet from Darren Laker, who I believe is in Gibraltar. Fan of our broadcast.
100.
And he was wondering about the logic of 140 checkout on 18s first instead of 2 treble 20s. Well, the logic really is if you like to leave 32,
140.
you're thinking of 140 as a shot to nothing. The logic for 140 really is to go for the 60, because if you hit the straight ton, of course, you need
85.
tops. It's just personal preference, Darren. That's all it is.
134.
Lee Seymour, one of our other regular viewers, has asked about how seriously these guys are for the online league.
100.
Well, very
You
serious.
require
You should
40.
see some of the game faces during the time that we've been broadcasting this tournament.
On the 4 flag.
And look at that.
Kevin
It's a
Burness.
4th consecutive break of throw in this one. This one is keeping you guessing. And as for who is going to win this match, I have absolutely no idea. But the next 3 legs will tell us.
5th leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Lee was also asking about prize money. Well,
100.
to a lot of these players at the minute, it's not about the money. Because there is prize money on offer if you make Champions Week. And indeed, the Champions Week
58.
finals, where we saw £5,000 go the way of Richie Burnett in Phase 2. But a lot of these players want to continue to be in
58.
competitive action. They want to be ready for Challenge Tour action. They want to be ready for WDF action when that comes back. And to boil it down even more,
96.
a lot of these players just want to play. Just the thrill of playing against someone in the same room. That's enough.
96.
I myself yesterday threw for about 5 minutes in that room against the referee, Owen Binks.
96.
Gave him a bit of a pasting. 16 darter from me. Not that I'm blowing my own trumpet. But he asked me for a game.
99.
And I did my job. And Owen has done a fabulous job so far this week. And he will be your referee for the remainder of week 3 in Phase 3.
180.
The second maximum for Conor Heneghan gets him to 71. And possibly break number 5.
42. Conor requires 71.
18 for tops. Oh, wrong
41.
bed.
Kevin, you require 106.
Oh, that doesn't help. 105 cannot be completed in steel tip darts with 2 darts.
40.
You can in soft tip. If
Conor
you're playing
required
master out,
30.
be treble 15, treble 20.
Game shot on the
Double
5th leg.
15 is
Conor
taken, and we
Heneghan.
have our 5th consecutive break of throw. Now, here's the thing. Against Ryan Hogarth earlier, he was in the same position. Can he hold to finish the job?
6th leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
In this position against Hogarth earlier, he was 3-2 up with 3 breaks.
58.
He was broken again, and then the hold came from Hogarth. He does not want that to happen again.
58. 95.
Burness will be hoping
83.
that he will get a chance to take us to leg 7. He doesn't want to finish his group with a defeat. He knows he's through, but you want to go out on a high.
45.
It's fair to say that Burness has not played poorly in this match. 40% on doubles, averaging 89. But Heneghan is having his best performance
100.
so far today. We just caught a glimpse there of a dart that slipped out of the hand of Burness. And that was something that happened
57.
in his previous performance against Robert Owen. That does happen to dart players on occasion.
60.
It's a very intricate sport. He's going to set up a finish. It could be pretty small.
140.
Somewhat unlucky not to leave 66.
Conor, you require
So 106 points will give him the win. And it will give him the head-to-head record against Kevin Burness for the week.
58.
Not that it means anything, but for pride's sake, he will want it. Kevin Burness's Group A could be done. As could Conor's. His Group A is done, and he finds a hold of throw to get the win by 4 legs to 2. So they're done for Group A. It was a very, very good game in the end, and it proves the talent that Conor Heneghan will take into Group B come tomorrow night and on Friday night. So the likes of Barstow, O'Shea and Dudbridge, please beware of that young man from the Republic of Ireland. As far as the next game is concerned, Lee Cox still has a small chance of making the top 3, but a big win is necessary against Kevin McDine. Tail of the tape is as such. If Lee Cox wants to play in Thursday night's session instead of Thursday during the day, basically, if he wants to lie in tomorrow and on Friday, he's going to have to win this match against Kevin McDine and get a favour from Ryan Hogarth in the last match. As you can see, Lee in 4th position on 14 points. If he can get a win and Robert loses, in every likelihood, Lee is in 3rd spot for this group.
Okay, first leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
2 matches to go in this group. Kevin still looking for his first victory of the day. There's so much more for Kevin to give. But it has been tricky with some arm discomfort. But as far as Lee is concerned, he has had a couple of displays today which were very, very promising. Early in the piece,
31.
in match number 4 against Robert Owen, he averaged 90.95 in a 4-2 victory. That looked very, very good to me.
59.
But that was dwarfed by what he did to Ryan Hogarth in match 8. Averaging 101.9, the best winning performance of the week, with 3 maximums and
43.
2 out of 3 on his doubles as far as a ratio is concerned.
$100.
A win here would get him to 16 points. Of course, his leg difference is 4 adrift currently of Robert Owen.
96.
But let's say he wins by 4 legs to 2. He would get within 2. And that would force Robert Owen to win a certain amount of legs to be in the top 3. Lee has had success against Kevin this week. He has won both of their
46.
encounters. Yesterday when they played in match 2, it was
100.
a tough affair, but it was Lee's doubles that got him through. There were 2 checkouts of 100. He averaged just shy of 100. 84 it was. Sorry, I've got 100 on the brain.
Lee require 141.
Because Kevin has left 100.
Correct.
64 left.
93.
Well positioned if Kevin doesn't
Kevin, you
find
require
100. Another double top.
60.
It had a chance.
Lee
Just
require
didn't
48.
nestle with the previous dart. Double 16. He doesn't like the lie.
16.
And it mattered.
Kevin, you require 40.
He's already hit it in this leg. Oh, that's
20.
really unlucky. When that dart careers off the inside of that previous dart, it
32.
usually nestles in the double 10. But on that occasion, it was very symptomatic of his day. 2 hits.
Game shot.
Finds that in the top portion. That's a
Lee
very,
Cox.
very pure shot there from Lee Cox. Because the way his darts sit in the board, they're very upright. He might not have been able to see much of that double 8, but it didn't mean he couldn't hit it.
Second leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on. $100. $140.
Well, somebody called Steph has tweeted me today in my response to Lee's hair, saying it was very, very tidy and that there's never a hair out of place.
22.
She said, "You love the hair, should I be worried?" with a laughing emoji. Don't worry, Steph, you got nothing to worry about. He's not my type. But he is a good lad.
100.
And he has started this match quite well. I'm sure Lee Cox has got ambitions for the finals this week. And just to keep you aware of what the players have to do to make Champions Week in week 5, which is in the middle of August after we take a week off for the World Match Play.
55.
There will be another qualifying week, the week after the match play. And Chris Murphy will be your commentator for that week as well as the second half of this week. But the purpose of this week is to get to the finals on Saturday night and then be in the top 3 of the 6 players in the finals. That will put you in Champions Week, which gives you the opportunity to make the finals in Champions Week, where the big money sits, if you can win.
58. Kevin, you require 106.
Lee Cox's ambition of being in the finals is not dead. But double 18 will give leg 2 to McDine.
88. Lee, you require 86.
Another single for the bull.
61.
Haven't seen a great deal of bullseye finishes today.
Kevin, you require 18.
We saw a corker from Ryan Hogarth against McDine on a 1-3-2.
Game shot on the second leg.
We have seen a double 9 from
Kevin
McDine. That's got a bit of a ring to it, hasn't it? Double 9 from McDine. Well, it is 1 leg all. So what's going to happen in leg 3? So let's go down to the board and find out.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Well, when Kevin has played at the World Championship and other tournaments, he has walked out to Fog on the Tyne by
90.
Gaza. And if you're tuning in from around the world and you don't know who Gaza is, it's Paul Gascoigne, former Newcastle footballer, former Tottenham and Lazio player, and of course England international.
123.
I think he was trying to get something along the lines of Fog on the Tyne, McDine, Fog on the Tyne's McDine
99.
going. But if you listen to that song by Paul Gascoigne, it is absolutely awful. It's almost as bad as Paul Gascoigne's other single, Geordie Boys, which I dared Chris Dobie to walk out to at Blackpool, but I don't think he's going to heed that dare. I think he's going to stick with his usual choice. He takes on Joe Cullen, of course, in the match play, and his fellow Northumbrian Callan Ridds will take on Middlesbrough's own Glen Durrant on Sunday afternoon. You can watch Sunday afternoon's play after you've enjoyed our finals on Saturday night, which will give us 3 more participants
58.
for Champions Week. Champions Week already is looking very, very good. We have, of course, got Fallon Sherrick through to those finals after winning Group 2, or Week 2, sorry. She'll be accompanied by Wayne Warren, former BDO World Champion, Jim Williams, former BDO World Trophy Champion, Conan Whitehead, who came close
100.
by getting to the finals of Phase 2. Martin Thomas of Wales and Jamie Kelling will also be there and will pose a threat.
134. Kevin, you require 96.
96 for McDine to take the lead in this one. That leaves what Lee has. 74 remain. Should be treble 14. I think he's really struggling. He is putting everything into this.
74 left.
Yeah, I think he's just had a bit of a moment that dart players get now and again where they just can't
36.
compute what they've got left.
Lee,
I've been there.
81.
It's almost as if your brain is a compass and somebody breaks the compass.
57.
Oh, it's unfortunate for Lee Cox that he doesn't take the 81. That would have been for a 2-1 lead.
60.
Tops. Now 10s.
40.
It was never really under threat.
Lee, you require 24.
Double 12 for Lee to give him a break of throw.
Game
He
shot
finds
the
double
third leg.
6, and it is a break
Lee
in
Cox.
20 darts. It's not so much about the amount of darts it takes him to get these breaks of throw, but he really does need to win the remainder of these legs if he's going to trouble Robert Owen in third spot in the
Fourth
in the
leg,
table.
it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
He can't win this for me by 4 legs to 3 or 4 legs to 2.
100.
It has to be. Has to be 4 legs to 1. If he can do that, he will get to +4 with 16 points. That's 1 leg behind
40.
Robert Owen. And he will then rely on Hogarth doing him a favour in the final match of the session. It could well come down to legs 1. I don't have that information at hand right now, but I will get it.
100.
I remember back in
100.
week 2 of the Live League this year, where Jamie Caven was playing. He played for 3 days.
140.
And then
Lee
on the
require
Thursday, things started to
161.
go wrong for him. As a consequence, he actually tore his rotator cuff in his right arm. Is this a 161?
136.
I wasn't sure he was going to go for that for a second. Let me just say that I hope Jamie is on the mend and that the rotator cuff is healing nicely.
57.
That was a good couple of months ago.
Lee required 25.
That is a missed single. 11 left. That leaves double 4.
21.
And McDine gets a shot at a 164, which we have seen
Kevin, you
this
require
week from Conor
164.
Heneghan and Robert Owen. Can we get a third? Bullseye.
133.
He can't believe that he missed it
require
by so
4.
much.
Game shot on the
Lee
fourth
Cox
leg.
does not miss
Lee
double
Cox.
2. And he is very, very close to getting that 4-1 victory that he really does require if he wants to make the top 3. 1 more to go, Lee. 1 more to go.
Fifth leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
If
Game on.
indeed Kevin McDine wants to get his first win of the day, he has to win 3 straight.
180.
That is the first maximum of the match. Oh, we're going to get another? I think we are.
121.
Maybe we should have. That was a great, great guide.
$60. $57.
There is a possibility, I think a very slim one, where Kevin McDine can fall to the bottom of the table. If he loses 4-1, he goes to minus 20 in leg difference, and Hogarth is 4 legs behind him.
80. Kevin, you require
And if Hogarth wins the last game,
161.
he might just nick 5th spot. But that doesn't really matter because they're both going to be playing tomorrow during the day.
121.
That's really creative from Kevin McDine. Really well called by our referee, who has been challenged by some of the routes from McDine, who has been
59.
unorthodox.
Kevin, you require 40.
This is damaging Lee Cox's chance of 3rd position. Believe me.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Because that's the 5th leg to
Kevin
McDine,
McDine.
and he really does want to get this first win. If he wants it, he's got to find 2 more legs. It's a very, very uphill battle, but it's not out of his reach.
Sixth leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on. $50.
I'm pretty sure that
96.
Kevin would have preferred playing tomorrow night as opposed to during the day. He is more of a night owl. He said to me a little bit earlier, if it is meant to be for during the day, Thursday, Friday,
81.
I will take it and I will try my best. It's a somewhat fortunate set of circumstances for people just outside of the tour card placings this year.
44.
They've had the opportunity to play here. This, of course, is Kevin's debut week. Someone like Chaz Barstow has been playing all of the Players' Championships. And he's played here
85.
many, many times. So he's at the best of both worlds.
$43.
He's got to keep believing that he's going to win this 4-2.
125.
And then he needs a big, big win for Hogarth if he's going to get the nighttime session. .
96. Lee require 160.
It's in his hands, and he has 6 darts to do it.
80.
Oh, that's really unlucky. I think he's hit the ring on his stem there. McDine has a look on his face
58.
as if to say it's just a matter of time before he is
80.
defeated. Double 10. And he has been defeated. I've lost count of how many times Lee Cox has done that over the last couple of months. Every time he seems to get an 80 checkout, he seems to take it in 2 darts. He was the better player in that match. As you can see, the averages were just below 80 for the both of them. But Lee gets his job done. He has to wait for the conclusion of our last match, which comes next, to see whether he's done enough for 3rd spot and to get a place in Group B. Last game coming up, it is Ryan Hogarth and Robert Owen. The final match of Group A will now commence. We have Ryan Hogarth and Robert Owen just about to do battle in a best of 7 leg match, and it will determine who finishes 3rd in this table. There you can see Lee Cox on +4 and Robert Owen on +5. So if Robert Owen wins this match against bottom-spaced Ryan Hogarth, which is not going to change now, by the way, he can't affect Kevin McDine's position. A win for Owen, and he will play tomorrow night and Friday night. But a loss of 4-2 or 4-1 or 4-0, and he will play during the day tomorrow. If indeed he does lose 4-3, it will go down 92. To legs 1, and you'll just have to stay tuned to the @DartsLive League Twitter page for us to confirm their position, because we'll have to go and work it out.
36.
In fact, I have had confirmation just this very second from our backstage genius,
96.
Mark Walker, saying that if 3 legs are taken in this match by Robert Owen, he has won enough legs to get himself through
95.
to the evening session. So that is the tale of the tape. As far as this week is concerned, Robert Owen has won against Ryan Hogarth twice. But one of their matches yesterday was a little bit forgettable. Both averaging in the 60s.
95.
And I spoke to Robert Owen about that match this morning, and he didn't hold back. He said it was very poor, to say the least. He was just glad to get the
99.
points. And on that occasion, it was 4-3. Good lead from Ryan.
Robert, you require 74.
But it is Stack Attack, looking for 74 and the first leg.
66.
Not happy with the doubling. The approach was good.
170. 58. Robert, you require
Can he
8.
take double 4? Or double 2? Should be a bumper.
4.
Oh, it didn't bump enough.
Ryan, you require 112.
Oh, this will be a real pinch. Doesn't have to go 60 here. You didn't have to go 60, Ryan. You could have gone treble 18, double 19.
61. Robert, you require 4.
Double 2. Still the madhouse.
Game shot.
And he finds that. I've no idea how that got its way into the madhouse, because the way his darts sit in the board, that was covering pretty much every portion of that double 1. But he was able to find a little corner of it for a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
I'm sure this game is going to be a little bit better than what they had yesterday. I'm sure these players are hoping the same. Nobody wants to play poorly.
41.
I still remember, while I've still got the microphone for another 10, possibly 15 minutes, before I
100.
bid adieu to yourselves, our lovable audience of the Online Darts Live League. I will be back next month.
81.
But I remember casting my mind back to just after the lockdowns started in the UK, and I was part of the very first match of the Live League. I was very, very privileged to have done that. The first day of that was pretty nerve-wracking, and it was very different. Playing against someone who was in a very different house to you. That was a thing that took us a while to get used to. But it allowed people to watch darts when they were locked in their houses. And we wanted to bring that to you. And we were very proud of that. And it has evolved this year to give you what you are watching now. Where could we possibly be in 2022, you might ask? You'll just have to stay and find out. Went for 2 tops. It wasn't far away.
57.
But again, I've seen it from Heneghan, and I've just seen it from Hogarth. Why would you go for tops again? And if he misses 80, and Robert Owen takes 139 in 6,
39.
it will be because of that last dart in the previous visit. It may not matter. Ha, well, it does matter now.
76. Robert, you require 100.
60 tops is the dream. Another one of those.
80.
Oh, it doesn't nestle.
Ryan, you require 4.
Double 2. Plenty of room. A little less now. But he's still got enough. That's probably one of the best darts he's thrown all day. Maybe not as good as the bullseye he got a bit earlier for the 1-3-2 against Kevin McDine, but still a very good dart for 1-1.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
What are we going to get from Ryan Hogarth the next 2 days? I think if he'd had
100.
another day like yesterday, he would probably be favourite to bottom the group in Group C. But because he has played better today,
125.
he's got 6 points from his efforts. And I'm about to blow your mind.
92.
Because he was bottom on Monday. He was bottom yesterday. Bottom overall in the table. But if he wins this match,
58.
he will be top for the day. Darts. Isn't it just great? It's so unpredictable.
171.
That was brilliant from Owen. Yes, 1 win for Ryan Hogarth. And he will be the only player
81.
on 8 points for the day.
Robert, you require 138.
How miraculous is that? We'll talk about Robert Owen's daily table in a second. But first, he needs a 60 to lead tops.
98.
And he gets it. Here comes the headhunter to leave 97.
Robert, you require
But it's
40.
Owen who should take the leg.
Game
And he
shot the
does.
third leg.
That is
Robert
a really,
Owen.
really good 13 darter from Robert Owen. It puts him within 1 leg now of a place in Group B. And that Group B is starting to get a bit stacked. Possibly with a stack attack.
Game on.
As far as Robert Owen today is concerned, he's just come up short.
61.
He has got 4 points, but he could potentially, in this match, give us a very strange daily table,
60.
which will be posted on the @Darts Live League address with Twitter and, of course, the Facebook and Instagram channels a little bit later. But we could have one of those scenarios that just makes you look at the table and think, did that really happen?
45.
So, if Robert Owen wins, it would be McDine on 0 points and all of the other players on 6.
81.
And they would just be separated on leg difference. Now, let's say that Robert Owen wins this by 4 legs to 2, for example.
60.
He would win the table for the day on 6 points, whilst 4 other players are on the same points, and win the day by 1 leg.
121.
15 matches. A lot of legs. And possibly a daily table won in 1 leg.
59.
I'm sure he's not thinking about that right now. He may have been informed
81.
that getting to 3 legs would make him play tomorrow night instead of tomorrow during the day. He does strike me as the kind of player that wants to know.
121. Robert, you require 158.
And he did say to me a little bit earlier that if he wasn't going to win the group, he would prefer to play tomorrow night.
100.
He's going to get his wish.
Ryan, you require 155.
If Ryan Hogarth misses this first. And now if Robert takes 58.
25.
Your
Robert,
destiny
you
is in
require
your own hands,
58.
Robert. Double top.
Game
And
shot
he
the
is now
fourth leg.
in Group B
Robert Owen.
with that 3rd leg in this contest. And now he has a great opportunity of winning the daily table as well. Possibly by a couple of legs. If he can win 4-1, it is assured.
5th leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
And he has the darts. He has the better average in this match. 3 out of 11 hits on the double.
140.
And a 140 start. The good news just keeps coming.
$118.
Lee Cox is now part of Group C. So your Group C tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. with Chris Murphy as your commentator will be
140.
Aaron Monk, George Killington, Scott Williams, Ryan Hogarth, Kevin McDine, and Lee Cox. That's your entertainment from 9:30 a.m. tomorrow
60.
via the Online Darts YouTube channel and via the streaming services of your favourite bookmaker. Live on Sporty Stuff TV tomorrow night, it will be Conor Heneghan, Robert Owen,
90.
Chaz Barstow, Mark Dudbridge, and Tony O'Shea. The Silverback is going to be here.
140.
But as far as your daily winner is concerned, Robert Owen is 6 darts away from being that person. On Monday, your daily champion was Conor Heneghan.
55.
Yesterday, it was Kevin Burness. Today, it could be Stack Attack.
$89. Robert, you
This
require
is to finish
76.
the job. And he's still got 6 darts for it. 88. Robert Owen does the job, and he does it in very, very fine style. He was the better player throughout that entire match. He was troubled very little, and he was really brimming with confidence after a really good start. You can see that his average was just shy of 89, a good 10 better than Ryan Hogarth, who will wipe his slate clean tomorrow as he starts in Group C. Robert Owen goes into Group B tomorrow night with all of the players I've just mentioned, with a clean slate against the 4 other players in that group. Don't miss Tony O'Shea tomorrow night. That's going to be awesome, as will Mark Dudbridge. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to bid you adieu for now. But Chris Murphy will be in the chair tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. Be tuned in from that point to give him encouragement and all the other players with the Online Darts Live League. I'm signing up for now, and I will see you very soon. Take care, everyone.